need to call that equipment. So all
It's
we use.
equipment.
Well,
It's very
thank you.
expensive.
Well, when we buy equipment, all of it goes in one.
All right, we gotta start. So hold your thoughts. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, I just want to make one quick announcement before we get started. Roy's not here tonight. If everybody could keep his wife in his prayers, she was having a procedure today. So if you can keep Georgia in your prayers, I appreciate that. Next, let's open tonight, April 12th board meeting to the public. Who wants to go first? Any public? Nope. Pete?
I'll just give you a couple quick updates.
Okay.
We are flushing the hydrants tonight and tomorrow, and if necessary, Wednesday. So if in fact there's water on the streets, don't get alarmed. But it shouldn't be a major effort. I'm hoping this one will go smoothly. We did buy, just an FYI, we did put in the order for our water meters, the new water meters, as part of the water project. Everybody asks me, what is the water project moving forward? Yes, it is. All those meters were purchased under a grant from Susquehanna River Basin Commission. So we will get the meters and be installing them as need arises. There are some that will have to be replaced just for normal wear and tear, and we will be replacing them with the new meters. So I anticipate that we'll have more accurate reads. So that may not be in the best interest of some people. They may see their prices go up because if in fact we didn't get a good read, we probably were reading low. But I anticipate that we're going to have much better reads with this. We will ultimately get to the point where we'll be able to diagnose if in fact there are leaks and things like that with these new meters. So we're moving along well with that. The water project is going to target date of actually having a shovel in the ground is early construction season of 2026. So we're moving well on that. We're still shaking the trees, trying to get additional funding from congressional sources and also from the Community Development Block Grant, which during the presentation today by the Chamber, I was concerned about making sure that CDBG grants are not held up because of being a pro-housing community. But the village, I'm going to take that up in front of the village board at our next meeting to make sure that we are at least moving down that pathway of becoming a pro-housing community, which opens us up to a lot of other grant opportunities. This Saturday, 12:30, is the Easter egg hunt in Hyde Park. I've asked David to support that. Easter Bunny arrives at 12:30, and the hunt starts at 1 o'clock, and we'll be over with probably by 1:02. We only have 1,500 eggs, and those 1,500 eggs will probably be picked up
Pretty quickly.
2 to 3 minutes.
We did 2,500 this past weekend, and I don't think it was 2 or 3 minutes.
How many were there total?
2,500.
Wow.
$24.99 must
And
have
that
been found.
was 57 kids.
They're like vacuum cleaners, locusts. Yeah. But we've got some neat little prizes for the kids too. So I'm hoping to have it be kind of the UV school district, but not folks from when they hear there's a bike involved or something like that, you'll have to get somebody from Sherburne or or even further away. But hopefully we'll be able to manage that. We've got 3 different hunts going on at the same time. Hopefully the weather will cooperate. And next Saturday, the 26th, is the village's Environmental Day, which
Where's the shredding located?
The shredder is going to be right in front of the overhead doors of the old firehouse.
Okay.
Thanks, Pete. Any other public comment?
We'll be having a Narcan training at the South Monroe Firehouse on the 16th. I believe it starts at 6. It's open to anybody in the public.
It'd be good if they called ahead of time and let us know who's coming, so, because you'll get a kit at that time to take home with you, so it's good if we have that.
Do you have a number?
Yeah, it'd be me.
But do you have
Yeah,
firehouse number?
it's on the Facebook website.
Okay,
through
on the,
South
look on
Monroe.
South Monroe
There's a
Facebook.
number on there, so if they
Okay.
want to register, just call that and let's make sure we have enough kits for everybody.
And that's Wednesday night, right?
6 to 8.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Anything else?
One other thing I forgot, I don't know whether this is village or town, but it blurs into both. The Little League is having their opening day on the, whatever that Saturday is, 2nd or 3rd of May.
Third.
2nd.
Third.
It's 3rd May,
It's the 3rd. Is that a Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Do they still do the parade
They're
downtown?
gonna do the parade, yes, David knows about it. And we'll have EMS. We gotta make sure we got the proper fire guys.
Okay. All right, is that it? Anything else? Okay, let's move on to our regular meeting. I'm gonna need approval of the monthly minutes.
Can I make a motion?
We have March 10th and April 2nd, so you're gonna do them both?
Yes.
April, I need a second. Sarah, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, acceptance of the monthly reports. Can I have a motion?
I'll move it.
John, second?
A second.
April? Okay. So, all in favor? Aye. All right, let's start with the Berlin Police. And David couldn't be here. April?
Now, I've got his report here. I want to go over something later, but we can do it when we go back into the committees.
Okay.
Because he's got some information down here at the bottom in regards to some salary and some other things that I want to discuss at that point.
And I did bring my budget I did work some numbers on that, so we can talk about it during committee.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Any other questions on the police?
I have a question. Any update about the cameras?
The cameras are, I think, for the DOT, the one on Route 8, we have to get DOT approval, which we're waiting for the electric to be put in so that we can sign for a permit, which doesn't cost anything, but we have to sign for the permit on Route 8. The park one, I think they're working on next because that one's ready to roll.
The park one is ready to roll. They've got coordinated with Jim Harrington for a lift, so they should be good on that. It's just a matter of making sure that that pole is properly grounded.
Okay,
So we're good on that one. The ones that are on Route 8, it's a two-step process. One, you got to get approval from NYSEG for what's called, I can't even remember what it's called, but it's accessory use or something like that.
right.
I don't know how much of it is accessory use that we're really looking for. All we're looking for is for them to be able to string the power. We're not trying to hang a whole bunch of other stuff that's going to.
No, it's just for the camera.
But it goes from Binghamton. I sign it. It goes to Binghamton. It goes down from Binghamton over to Oleana. Hopefully we'll process it. The holdup is if in fact the vendor Taz or whatever Tom's company's called requires any special make ready documents. There is an appendix to that agreement that is a make ready that he has not completed yet because I don't know whether he needs to complete it or not. But
Okay.
I told David today that I would sign the
And then we
contract
gotta-
and get it on down to Binghamton. Yep, from there.
Because this is all new, that we didn't know we had to get a DOT permission to have it on a route, like our side roads or whatever, it's not a problem, but the Route 8 one. Am I correct on that?
Correct. Right.
Yeah.
We just found that out, I believe, today.
Yeah. So, because he talked to me. So, but other than that, we are moving along, so. Okay. Highway. Like to introduce Jason Joy. He is our new superintendent of highways. That's Jason. Jason, do you want to come up to the chair? Okay, and we also would like to introduce a new MEO that we just hired, Tony Christian, which is in our audience for the board members, okay?
It's doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, great. I will just ask or tell Tony that his past supervisor, where he used to work, asked me how he was doing in settlement today. I think she might miss you. So thank you again for coming to the town of New Berlin.
And I'll just say that it took us a little while to get the right people, and I think we got that now. We just hired two other, and we got turnover here, and two other MEOs, and I think, a lot of times it's not all about how much experience they have, it's the personalities that really help, and I think that's going to be, I really think it's going to work, so it looks good. Everything looks good for us. So.
And I also would like to say that I think that, and it's the way of the world, so I want our taxpayers to know, the wages are a big issue of why we're losing people. And we have to get more up with what a CDL driver gets at any other company. And that's the bottom line. That's why we lose them. They can go work at another company for more money. And, and I think as a board, we really need to look at wages, insurance, and to take care of them so we don't have such a turnover. Because for all of you that don't know, we've lost 3 highway superintendent, 2 MEOs in the last month. So, and I think the board really needs to look at wages. And it's
We
not
are
just,
going- We are going everybody.
and it's not just us, it's a lot of municipalities are going through the same thing. I had a gentleman at county sit next to me and they're going through the same thing. A guy left one town to go to another town and he was asking him at the other town, how was he? Because he's going to his town now. So it's not like we're stealing them from other towns. They're just, it's about money. And so we all need to get with the times. So I want next year at budget time, I want the taxpayers to know upfront.
Do the best we can.
Yeah, so, all right, sorry, Jason, it's all you.
Sure.
And we know it's your first time,
Yes.
Don't
so,
be too nervous.
Yeah.
Oh, we're sure to start. Well,
One
first thing for the opportunity. Oh, the surplus.
Yeah.
You're the only one that has a copy of that, actually. So that's-
Oh, okay.
No, it's the whole
Sorry.
reading.
All right.
Okay, that's
oh, we'll
the
get to
Yeah, I
that.
only made one of those for my own.
Okay.
So we can make copies of it.
Sure.
So start where you want to start.
Well, the biggest thing is the digging machine. The one we have is obsolete. It's gonna cost much money to repair. We can break down the details if you'd like, but.
All right, when you say digging
That's-
machine, that's the grade all,
that is
correct?
the grade all, correct.
Because you know me, I don't know the machinery.
Yes. That's the only digging machine that the town has. other than
Okay.
the tractor bucket.
Okay,
That, and Tony's looked at it, and I think it was 15,000 just to fix the center pin,
For
just that
one-
part.
Yes, that's just one component of it. And the hydraulic lines is easily $10,000+ to replace all of those. And it has 7,900 hours on it as we speak. So 2001, therefore 24 years old. What I've done to it in previous, I'm not sure,
right.
A lot, there's been a lot done to it.
Yeah,
We just keep
Significant
dumping
amounts of
money in
we
it.
just- and it's
Sure.
not, yeah, we
It's
just.
not feasible anymore.
yeah, and bouncing down the road, I mean, it's not the latest machine, obviously, and it's taking a toll on the underframe where actually the drive shaft is hitting the frame itself, and we try to notch it out to save it a little longer here, but it's just a matter of time before it explodes.
Okay,
And that being said, I obtained a quote from Alta Equipment on a demo piece, brand new excavator. It's got 100 hours on it. It's chip available. You could use chips to purchase it. It
did you make copies of that estimate?
I do not,
Okay,
but you can have this one.
okay, well, we can make a copy of it.
Sure, we can send it around. So this comes with 3 attachments, a 60-inch ditching bucket that tilts, so we can do our ditching, which is basically the main purpose of the grade all. We have a digging bucket to dig up pipes to replace culverts in the road. And it comes with a mulcher as well. So we got a lot of tree branches alongside the roadside that we cannot reach, that are a hazard because they're dead and down fall.
That's what the mulcher does?
Yes, we could reach up into it and.
In Maltese, and it doesn't, like some of those places where you see the, kind of just look like hell. The diesel mulch it, so it doesn't look so bad.
Like a wood chipper.
Wood chipper technique, yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just cut it, it shreds it?
It
Like
just
a-
stays right there, we don't have to haul it around, it's right there.
Okay. And all 3 of these attachments come with this excavator?
That is correct. It's an all-included price that I have for you.
And I'm sitting down.
Well, you want the retail price? Because the retail price of it without a budget is $425,716. But on a state bid,
State bid price,
yes, it is $297,300.
$297,300. Is that delivered to us? Or is there a delivery fee
Nope, that's delivered
with all 3
with all
attachments?
3 attachments, and the one attachment has a thumb, so we could grab things to make it much easier.
And move it?
Yes.
So that would be, the ditching thing has a thumb or the dig bucket has a thumb?
We believe it's the dude.
Okay. Because because, you know,
Yeah.
again, I don't know what any of this,
It's a company too.
This is off the equipment.
and that's a
It's a
state bid.
Volvo, it's a Volvo,
Yes, and it is a Volvo,
and
and
that's what Tony specializes in.
yes, it is.
To
Tony-
fix.
Tony is very good with that. He's actually been awarded the world record, so. he's,
Yes. We forgot to mention that. Tony is also a mechanic
Yes.
too.
A very good mechanic.
So we have a bonus.
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
Now, there's other things other than just, we've thought about renting one, maybe be cheaper. But an excavator is an excavator. No matter whether it's got wheels or it's got a track. It works. It's got an arm on it, that's about all it's gonna, pretty easy. Now, one thing we've always talked about is getting this equipment quicker to the job site, not having a trailer. And this excavator would have wheels, you drive it there.
like the great old
If
drives.
we had to, with a track, we would have to buy a trailer, which is 20-ton trailer, which I don't know, what was it, $20,000 probably?
Probably more than that. You're looking
More than that, really.
50 to 80 for.
And we'd have to have a Class A to haul it,
And you would
correct?
have, which Jason's got a class, so we do have someone, but if he's not around, and I'm not, I don't know, I think Richard, does he?
I think Richard does have, yes.
But whatever, if they weren't there, then we'd have to figure out how to get it there and not do it that day. But,
Wouldn't that be an overweight person too?
No, you wouldn't need an overweight just for
I think
the trailer itself.
Well, the trailer
went at the time,
yeah.
the time
But
we went to unload.
Well,
Yes, no, the trailer's, rated for that heavier equipment for sure, but, if we got the right trailer, obviously, we could put it on a one-way.
But you gotta remember that trailer, you gotta unload it when you get there, you gotta load it before you get there, unload it when you get there, then you gotta find a place for that trailer out of the way, so you can dig that ditch or dig that pipe
And
or
a place
whatever.
to keep it.
And a
Or it's
place
not
to
gonna
keep
get
it.
destroyed.
Sure, exactly. And so, it's a lot of money, but CHIPS will pay for it. Now, I know Wendy has to take that out of the, whatever,
We would take it, I would believe we would take it out of our highway reserve fund, which we have enough money in, and then when we got reimbursed from CHIPS, we would put it back in the
I
highway
think we get
reserve fund.
reimbursed in June, is that right or no?
Well, we gotta make sure the check is cleared and we pay it, get the check cleared,
And then
and
you gotta
we get
send the
it
check
there, and then we
right.
gotta wait for them to reimburse.
What do we have left in our chips?
We,
So I was looking at that,
well, we haven't used any of CHIPS yet this year.
I mean, in New York State, like, we only budget the 143.
Right.
We
We
have,
actually have a printout that states how much we have left, what the carryover was.
actually, the carryover was $309,220 from last year. We got appointed 24 through fiscal year 24-25 of $187,282, which brings our total to $496,503. But I was looking through this stuff earlier today, and looks like they have a reimbursement for CHIPS. That should be here in March. I don't know if it's showing up. It says after March 14th of 2025 payment, our availability would be $223,890.14. So.
depending on what we sent in.
Right, and I have calculated it up quick that, we have over $200,000 floating around in these reimbursement forms right here, so
That, and you believe that they were already submitted?
I should hope so. I have the
Right, you know,
State
no.
Department of request for payment from reimbursement program, so they've all been filled out. I have.
Is there copies of canceled checks with them?
Yes. that's
And
correct.
so this one has to,
So,
Is there any way you could call the CHIPS office in Binghamton to see if they have got those and if we have got
Yes.
reimbursement for those?
I will do that tomorrow, actually, I was gonna do it today, and just lost track of time.
If they have canceled checks, then it's been submitted, because I do the checks when they're ready to submit. I don't do them along the way, we do it as bulk. But the only reason I was asking is for 297, if that's not in CHIPS, I thought we looked into, you can't
accidentally pay for a part of, they have to pay for all or none. So if we don't have 297, that's what I just wasn't sure about. That's why I was asking how much we had if you guys were gonna use chips.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that's a good question for the representative that I'll have to clarify. Saying this total here says 496, but also a payment of after March 14th. So I'm not sure if that's in the mail or where that come from, but,
Or if we've received it.
or if we received it already, I'm not sure.
I'd have to ask Joan.
It looks like,
Joan will be the one we get it, you mean, or?
Yeah, Joan would put it in our chips line. Let me look at, like if the check came, do you know if a check came from chips, Debbie?
Normally, if we submit in March, that's already come in. My question was, did we submit a second one for the one that we submitted was for equipment for 215,000 plus 10,000 in roller rental. But that was roller rental from Alta, I believe it was. Now we have another company we've rented a roller from that we just looked at the bill. Plus we have all of our salt, did a secondary one get put in for chips in October with a December payment.
That I can't answer.
And neither can I, because I don't, all I have is the one that was submitted in March. So I don't know.
March of this year,
No,
March of last year.
March of last year.
Is that the chips folder?
and the case loader is in there for the 215.
So that one was already submitted, that one, we have it, already done, we have all the submission paperwork and everything. My question was, we had all of those other roller rental charges that we saw today, Wendy. I don't know if that's been submitted.
I don't think so. That would have to get submitted. If we buy this, it would have to get submitted with that.
And then all of our salt
Salt.
magic and everything,
That's gotta be
that's,
submitted yet, right?
what's that?
That's gotta be submitted yet, right?
Oh, there's a few different programs, I'm not sure.
Well,
They're
we,
all affiliated, but.
right, because when the salt, would that go under winter recovery?
Yeah, EWR.
Do you know what time you're gonna call them tomorrow?
I'm
Are you gonna do it
figure out
late?
which one to call, who I'm gonna ask for it first.
Okay.
I'll get that information tonight and give them a call first thing.
All right.
in the morning.
All right, I guess we're gonna have to see what we have, like, do we need to get these down there? Are they down there? Have we been reimbursed for them? Because Joan won't be in until Wednesday this week.
Gotcha.
So I can't ask Joan because tomorrow's the 15th, April, and she's got taxes.
Mm.
So she's not coming until Wednesday. So we're gonna figure this out.
Yeah,
But I do know from what Dan had told me, we have all together with all four chips, we have about $900,000. And that's everything. Pave New York,
Right.
there's 4 sections, and he goes, you better start using it or you're gonna
Stay
lose
away
it.
from it, so.
sure, yeah.
So, yeah, that's what he told me. I don't know how you find, like, is there a website that shows
There's a
us?
website, which is where I obtained this from.
Okay.
And this is the latest that I have here, so.
Can I see that too? Because I honestly, I don't know anything about chips. I don't think any of us really know.
All
so
the
this-
other, no, the only ones matters.
The highlighted ones.
Mhm.
The 223, oh, this is yours. Okay. And you said it was 297. Well, you think we got this 187 coming back? Is that what you're thinking? Or you think we're getting this payment of 223 we're getting back?
And it comes up to, yeah,
Or it comes up to the 496?
well, that's what I'm not sure.
We don't know.
I need to clarify
We have
that.
400, as of January, we have 413,229.25. And then they have to take out anything that, this is through expenditures made on or after September 14th, 23 through February 7th of 25. So this is January of this year. We haven't, if no chips has gone in, this is what our total is now. And then we have to subtract all of the salt, the roller rentals that weren't submitted.
So the salt would be under the winter.
This is all,
That's total. So
That's
which is
total.
43,000.
there's chips, paved New
The
York,
roller's 38.
EWR.
That would go under probably paved New York, right? The roller,
Right.
And then
That's
the
3,800,
POP.
right?
3,800, not 38,000. All right, I have one other question. What other thing did the grade all do besides ditches?
Well, I believe that they dug up the road with it and replaced pipes as needed.
So it's the same thing as the excavator can do.
Except for it doesn't have a knuckle. It's got a boom, so it's a straight. There's no bending it. You only have to curl the bucket in order to do anything. With the excavator, you can reach down into, say, a sluice pipe and pull out through the dam, or
So the excavator is more useful than a grade all.
hands down, yes.
Because I know, since I've been on this board, they've been babying that excavator, or grade all. And
Oh, yeah.
I remember when I first started, Dan's like, we need a new grade all, but we can't afford one.
Well, a new grade all price is $523,000.
Opposed to
So I would never know.
297.
Exactly.
I mean, you know,
And there's, the attachments for an excavator is endless, we could perhaps purchase one a year that we could utilize, say a milling machine or compaction machine or, whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Or we could rent that attachment for a
To just-
period of time.
for a
use it
short
what
time.
we need and,
And use it and then take
Sure.
the attachment back.
for sure.
I didn't know we could do that too.
and we
Yeah.
can- And we can surplus that grade off. So,
Yeah.
so,
Okay,
Yeah.
how do
I mean, the grade all
you?
pretty much worthless right now.
Yeah, we gotta, yeah. All right, so we know we need it. We gotta get it. And I think it might save it, it doesn't cost us a lot, but we have had to hire outside sources to dig.
And you just, drop it $1,500.
I did just get a quote from Jimmy Crawford this past weekend to do some road work out for us up on Long Road. We had a soft spot developed on the road, yeah. And he's charging $1,500. It's a day's worth of work. He gets $150 an hour. So
Okay,
that's our alternative for right now until we do.
so we do this.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, that's the worst part of I shouldn't say the worst, but it's a bad spot in the town road right now, so.
so that you're gonna get fixed
Gotta get that
right
done.
away.
Yes. I
Okay.
plan on doing that next week, actually, through Easter breaks, and there's no buses running or anything like that.
Okay. All right, so let's go back to, how do you want to word, do you want to make a motion to surplus the grade all? Let's start there. Does anybody want to make a motion to get rid of the grade all?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, John,
Yeah.
John,
2001,
when you make-
2001 grade off,
2,000,
one grade off.
we're gonna surplus. Before I get a second, are you gonna put a minimum bid on that, or are we just gonna accept?
If we put in an auction international, it doesn't matter. You can turn down any offer.
Oh, you can, you don't have to put a
You
minimum?
don't have to take it.
Okay, okay, so then I need a second to surplus the grade all.
That's where you're gonna put it, right?
Yes, that would be my first. source.
Internet, what was it called?
Auctions international.
Auction international.
We could talk to the Alta representative, and perhaps she may give us trade-in value.
Well, that's good. See what he gives you.
We could see what he would give us, and if we put the auction, we get more, he'd be understandable of backing out of that trade if we get more for it. Did express that.
Surplus, and you get that, so surplus.
And then say
Correct.
no, and then trade it in,
Yep.
if it's not?
Well, it still needs to be surplus when we're traded in from outlets.
Okay, all right, so I need a second.
I'll second.
Sarah? All in favor? Aye. Any discussion more about it? Everybody get it? All right, now, if we're gonna buy the excavator, right, Jason? Excavator
Yes.
with the 3 attachments at $297,300. I need a motion that we purchase it, but I also need a motion that if CHIPS doesn't cover it, that we're still okay with it. Do you want to make the motion, making sure we can get it through CHIPS? Or we gotta have something to do the ditches anyway, am I correct on that?
You are.
So either we have to rent something or we have to buy something. And this is definitely CHIPS approvable.
Yes, it's guaranteed the last 10 years. Yep.
Okay. So,
And at the end of that 10 years, could be worth up 100,000 plus, depending on obviously condition and hours and whatever,
Right.
but it's gonna hold a good value being a Volvo
okay,
and obviously maintained by the municipality.
okay. So I need a motion that we buy an excavator,
24.
2024. I didn't understand when you said it was new, but you said 100 hours. What does that mean?
So it was a demo machine, so they just
Okay.
use it as an example of what it's capable of, of.
And that's instead of like a car with miles of equipment, it's by hours.
Sure.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that because I don't know. Okay.
I'll make that motion.
John, you making a motion?
2024
That's the,
Volvo excavator
With the 3 attachments.
with 3 attachments,
With or without a CHIPS balance.
with or without chip balance. Thank you.
all right, I need a second. Everybody
I'm over here
breathe.
hyperventilating.
I am hyperventilating too.
Against my will.
Listen, this is one thing you gotta say, Jason. Dan used to say, Wendy, you gotta breathe through this. Like, as I get crazy.
Yes, I understand it's a lot to swallow, especially,
It's a lot of money that we're pulling out.
Yes, it is.
And I know that you've talked to me about leasing one opposed, like we could lease it for, was it 5 years? But it's gonna cost us 35,000 more.
Yes, I did forget to mention that. We could
Yes.
do a lease purchase on this. It'd be 66,000,
Year,
165, I think, annually would be upfront cost for it. But that's over 5 years, so 66 times 5, we're looking at 332,000 if I do it.
we're gonna cost the taxpayers more money by,
Right, and then leasing doesn't, you can't,
Sure.
CHIPS doesn't, right? You can't, or
I do not believe so.
I don't think so. So I mean, that the opportunity even getting it back is not there, so.
okay. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Doing this.
Okay, so Jason, you will get that ordered.
Okay. I will do that.
How soon do you think that's gonna be able to get here?
So we did ask that question anywhere from 3 weeks to 4, but I think if we can put a rush on it, it was just waiting on the thumb attachment. So.
But we could wait for that to come in?
Sure, I mean,
Or no? I don't know, I'm asking.
we can, knowing that it's coming, we can prep a lot of things and get ready for it. Get 811 call for all the ditches we want to do and
Okay.
one marked out and whatnot. And, there's plenty to do. We got a lot of trees to cut, we got whole potholes to fill, and we got hauling stone, we have. But that being said, depending on whether we get reimbursed, if we want to do any resurfacing of roads this year or reconstruction of roads, we need funds, obviously, so.
All right, my next question is, when's the next cutoff for CHIPS to hand this bill in?
So I was gonna ask that question as well.
Because we don't know that.
I have read somewhere that they reimburse every quarter, so, and then I also read that they only do 2 reimbursements. So,
It's only 2, to be
Right.
honest.
If you look at past history based upon it, it was what, October and March?
is that right?
Well, we just handed them in by October.
Yeah.
So
March
we're
gets us
just,
a payment in, I think, June or July, and October gets us a payment in December.
Right, so it's 2.
okay, so my
And
concern
we're
was we were
hoping that
gonna be
comes in
cut
December.
off,
Right.
like, and not have to
Right.
cancel
We have-
check back in time to submit it, and then we're out the money, and
So it sounds like to me if we get in like June, we should.
we'll be okay.
Be okay.
That's what I'm thinking.
Good to move on it then.
But
It says
please,
February 11th for the March. February 11th, 2025 was the deadline for the March 14th
Check.
reimbursement.
Oh, okay. So, sure.
So then the next one, I think, is gonna be the October, in order to get one in December.
If there's not more than two.
Two.
But you think there might be three?
I read last night, online, you know,
You don't know.
what it's
I
worth.
thought there was for some reason, but I don't know if it was only for a special case or what, but I thought there was like a June for September.
That's what I
I
read.
thought that,
But-
I was thinking, sitting there thinking.
But I don't think we really did a lot early enough in the year for like that June to September. We've done enough for that February submission and the October. But now.
But- Depending on those invoices,
Sure.
depending on when we get this, and we still have a roller from last year that hasn't been put in,
And
hopefully we can put in by June. Find that out and let me know tomorrow.
I will do that.
And get this ordered as soon as possible. We get it paid. If there is a third one, we want to get this as soon as possible, get it paid for as soon as possible, so we can submit it as soon as possible.
Sure.
Okay. Whew, that was a lot. All right, hit me with another one.
Well, back to the surplusing, we do have a D7 dozer that we used to utilize in the gravel bed, I do believe. It hasn't moved in the last 7 years that I'm aware of.
I've been on here for 12 years and it's still sitting there, so.
Been 100 years.
What year is the dozer?
1966.
Not far off.
Yes, but it's the biggest they make. It's a, it's a good size dozer.
59 years old.
Mm-hmm. But it only has 700 hours on it, so it wasn't.
And we don't need this for anything. What do we use this
We
for?
used to use it for the gravel bed to take off the
The grade,
top off.
to keep it graded.
Yeah. We're not using the gravel bed anymore. I don't know if we ever will, but if we do, I guess you could always have somebody rent one or have somebody do it.
Just for that day, just to
You
get
just
what we
say-
gotta get done. It would save us money.
So really, just that way.
Honestly, it's cheaper to buy the stone this day and age than it is for us
To make it.
Like,
maintain the mining permit and OSHA and the equipment, manpower. and
Okay.
A screen on top of that to separate material,
Okay,
which I assume is why they abandoned it in the first place. It's just.
yeah, we just,
possibly.
today's screens are just so fast. And we don't, you need 2 loaders and 3 trucks and we used to be real close and the guys couldn't keep up with it. They're just too much.
That's why we started buying it.
Then we started buying it, it was cheaper to buy it.
Okay,
Power. And I'm saying that, he's already got the sand for this winter. They got 50 loads of sand, so. that's
already,
all done
okay.
and everything.
And I'm under the presumption when we do sell these surpluses, we will either put it back into our reserves and it'll go towards paying for this,
That's my fault, yeah.
okay? Or it'll go back into the highway, okay. All right, can I get a motion to surplus a 1966 bulldozer? April, I need a second?
And you can get that going, right, Tony?
Yeah, set of batteries. Set
I'll
of batteries at 10 acre. I'll have it running in the morning.
See, that
by
I know you will.
8 o'clock.
Yeah.
That one's, we're gonna get some money. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Next, Jason.
Well, speaking of the gravel bed, what is the plan for the gravel bed? I thought maybe we could lease it out perhaps to an interested party. And obviously, get what we need out of it at their expense and perhaps make some points in town as well.
I gotta tell you, I think that is a brilliant idea. I don't know how we go about it, John.
Well, I don't either, and I think it's something you could ever lawyer discuss with them. We own the property, obviously. And there's a lot of OSHA, there's a lot of rules and regulations.
And they'd have to have quite a hefty
And most of
insurance
these
to,
companies that would lease it or whatever would be involved in OSHA anyway, so. I mean, there's a lot of things we'll have to really look at. And does
okay.
the town want to get rid of it, or not really get rid of it, but you.
But to lease it to make money off
The
of it.
me, you know, what was it, 5 years ago, about 10 more acres in the back,
And now we don't
and we don't even use it.
outsource our own materials anymore.
But there's always the option of getting all the sand we want and all the stone, and plus still make a little money on leasing it. So there's a bunch of stuff there that you can do.
But we have to look into that.
And if we can do it, if we legally can do it and all that stuff.
Does anybody know any places that lease their gravel beds out now that we could ask them?
We're all good over there.
Yeah.
I think,
Okay, does the town of Pittsfield own that gravel bed?
no,
Who owns it?
David Benson.
Owns it and he leases it to Burrell's.
Yeah, he's been doing it for years.
Can you check with him to see how he got a lease agreement started, John?
Sure. That's
Just-
pretty easy for landowners, you know?
For a landowner, I don't, yeah.
Something different.
At least so we
No,
have
but-
something to go on so we could call the
Yeah.
lawyer. I
Yeah.
don't wanna just call him out of the blue and then he wastes 400 hours at $2.95 an hour, looking at a lease project for us. Like, let's do a little research before we, okay. All right, next.
I guess we can do a progress report of what's been happening since the last supervisor left. I don't know if you want me to go through every day or.
No, you don't have to go through everything. This is,
Pretty good assumption.
yeah, just give us a quick, this is what you wrote for the days.
Yes.
You're keeping your daily log.
This is good.
Yeah.
And like I told you, just, next time we have it in by Wednesday,
Sure.
we're, so that can put it in our packet.
That'll be the Wednesday, the week before the board meeting, that Wednesday.
Same time as the bill, basically.
Right, exactly, same times as the bills.
If
Okay.
you want any help making templates and stuff, let me know.
Perfect, yeah.
Meet with you.
You guys have a daily log there that you're looking at?
Hmm?
You guys have a daily log there that you're looking at?
Yeah, you want this one?
Would you like one?
Yeah, I need one for for the meeting.
This looks real good.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add? There was one thing that, I don't know if we need to do this, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, because I don't know. Do we need to make a motion that you are doing 410s?
I was wondering that myself.
Because it's
I
in
read the-
our,
I read the contract, and I guess I can get it up if you want me to, but.
no, I read the contract too, that they have the right to do.
It's a discretion of the town, so I think
We should
we
make,
should, because we probably said, okay, for,
For last year, we haven't done it for this year.
and now
Right.
they're changing, it's only going to be for the summer.
okay, so we're talking April 14th to approximately November 1st,
Sure.
October 31st, I don't know, I'm
Yeah.
guessing.
I mean,
No.
it depends on first snow fly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you'll let us know and,
Absolutely.
okay, okay. All right, so we need a motion to go to 10-4s or 410s, I guess, I'm
410s,
dyslexic.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'll
everybody.
make the motion.
John,
I'll second it.
April, all in favor?
I mean, probably
Any other
technically
discussion?
we've already approved it because we approved the contract.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
So how do you?
but I didn't know, I didn't know.
Good. You know,
Longer day.
Yeah, longer day, obviously, but, I feel like we could get more done, so. Once we get out on the project, we put on 1:30, 1:45, moves around, pack it up, and trying to get back, just beat the clock and whatever.
Get stuff clean.
Sure, and it's getting lighter earlier now, so we can get right on the ball at 6 and, obviously later in life, so.
Beautiful.
I think it'll be good.
Overall, everybody seemed to,
Yes, everybody seemed to be on board with it and happy with it, so, they, yeah.
good,
I
good.
think it'll work out fine. I did sweeten the pot a little bit for Matthew with the water, told him that he could leave a little bit earlier.
So he can go
Um,
test it and
Highway time to go down and
test it.
get his stuff done, so he's not there until 5:30, 6 o'clock at night every night.
Okay.
That was one of the big downfalls for him.
Because I know, is it Wednesday still the backwashing day?
Yes.
That Wednesdays are rough. It takes 3 hours to backwash each tank.
Sure.
So when you're down there mowing and stuff or plowing, it's different, but
Right.
like if you're working on a road over here and
Sure.
you've got to stop to go
But at
down.
the same time, he still has to go Friday down there, so
He
People
still
have all
has
day
to,
Friday to do things they couldn't get done.
right,
during the
but
week, so.
I do know the testing is
Oh, I know.
important.
Yeah.
Okay,
I told them I'll accommodate them as much as I possibly could to
beautiful.
keep them happy.
Teamwork. Teamwork is a dream work.
Well, that's what it's about.
All right, I just want to welcome you, Jason. You know, we're going to have growing pains because I've already told you I messed up a couple on the budget line, and next year I'll work with you.
Okay.
And I like to start it earlier,
Okay.
so like July,
Mhm.
you know, I'd like to have the wish list in the middle of July or, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the
Each other over the head.
budget.
I've asked him to, you know, once he gets time to come up with a 5-year plan,
Okay,
or a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Which is gonna include a lot of resurfacing of our good roads to preserve them.
oh, speaking of that, how'd you make it, did you meet with somebody today?
I did, yes, I met with a representative from Suco.
Okay,
We actually went through, one Sunset, Button Hollow, and Tiffany Road, which is probably the worst shape that we have in town. So he's gonna put together a quote for us, roughly about 100,000 for reshimming and a fog seal, which will prolong the material that we put down, and which is expensive up front to reconstruction a road, but to preserve a road, you're saving 40% in the end. So
this is a seal it that we
Yes,
put on.
which is
Is that
chips.
something we do or is that something we hire someone to do?
usually we would have Suco come in and do it. I mean,
Okay.
we have 2 stone boxes that somebody has to stand behind, and but at the other day we need the oil as well. So the oil is the most expensive part of any project. At the state bids, it's about anywhere from $269 depending on the application to $345 per gallon. And it takes about 12 to 13 gallons per ton of stone to mix the material for the roads. So that being said, it adds up fast.
And that's what we use for chips.
Yes, yes, there's 2 lines, there's a resurfacing and a reconstruction, so.
And now I think they changed that 10-year, like we can't do a road for every 10, it's back down to 5 now. They did finally change it.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
It's actually a pond grading system, so.
Okay.
you go and grade the roads and the ones that you feel are below, I think grade 5 or are reconstructible, and the ones above are resurfacing.
Now, this Suco company comes in and does all this?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I mean, we have to prep, we have a lot of prep to do, we have to cut the
Okay.
shoulders and
Okay,
make sure all the pipes in the road are good before we put new material over top, just to dig them back up in a year or
Yeah, that
whatever.
would be
So,
good.
okay. My next thing, does that have to, because I'm assuming it's gonna be over 20,000.
sure.
Do we have to get 3 bids on that or is Suco a state bid price?
It is a state bid. I have
It is a state
all
bid,
state
okay,
bids.
okay. That's what I
Sure.
wanted to know, I didn't
There
know.
was a couple different companies on the state bids, so, I can weigh the options at that point and see who comes in better, who's available. And
How quick you can get it done.
I did take a tour at the Suco lab up in Portland last Monday, and they test the stone, they make mixture, they will apply the oil that's needed for your application. And they're very thorough about it, I must say. They really do their homework about the material that's put down on the road, so
Okay,
it was very encouraging to see that.
okay. And the fog seals, that's chips approved too?
It should be,
Okay,
with some special wording, so. we can get around that.
okay. All right, it's called Creative,
Exactly.
Creative.
Creative.
I learned that at AOC training, it's called Creative, creative wording.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Did you sign up for the super?
I
yes,
did, yes.
it's in here.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The only thing I didn't see, and I don't know if you have to do that yet, are you staying out there for the week?
Probably for the first day, so.
Because we gotta get you a hotel or
I didn't know if people already.
did you already do that? Because I saw something Best Western on the back but I
Because
just,
that's where we usually do it for, so I just wrote Best Western as a reminder that that's where
okay,
I'm gonna set up, but it's not until June, so.
so it's not
I'll
been
set up
taken
his
care of. Okay,
reservation for Best
okay,
Western.
great.
Yeah, we can-
It's because that's a week.
We're gonna stay one day in town. That's all.
Yeah, I gotta figure out the fine details, but, mean, I'm not opposed to staying all, what, we got 3 little ones at
I was
home.
gonna
but-
say she's not gonna like that.
Exactly, so.
Well,
We're stuck with them all day for 10 hours now, so. you know.
yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Now it makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay, anybody got any questions for Jason?
No, I'm pleased. I'm pleased with the
Welcome
things that started.
aboard.
Well, I
Welcome
appreciate it.
aboard.
Thank
You
very
too,
much.
Tony, welcome aboard.
Yeah, Tony,
Thank you.
welcome, thank you.
Jason, I just had 3 things. I'd like to look at that CHIPS folder because I do see here that I had a conversation with somebody in Binghamton. We did submit one in November. They needed another canceled check, so I didn't have anything to do with the submission, but I was able to get the canceled check. So I sent you on your cell her contact name and phone number. That's the woman that we deal with. I also sent you, I couldn't forward it to you, it kept rejecting. So I took a picture of the CHIPS letter that gives you the totals for each one that came in January. And John, I sent it to you as well.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe you should have Debbie look at those to see,
Sure,
you
sure.
know, and then
Sure, thank you.
And then when you call, maybe you should come up to the office so y'all can figure it out.
Yeah, the only thing I just see that there was, she said, I got it, everything looked good, except I was missing a suit coat check. And so that's all I had to send her. So everything else Brandon did, but I know that at least up until 10/16 is when the suit coat check was cut. At least up until then, all of that stuff was submitted, so
But did we already get paid for that though in December?
we should have, yeah. They're usually good at sending it. I don't.
Oh, okay, so these may be part of that or may not
I'm
be part
thinking
of
that they
that.
may all be, if they have canceled checks with them, they're all part of what was submitted.
Sure, I got 2024 on a folder, that's all that I know, so there is dates that go back to 23, like the loaders in here, I got the Alamo Grass King in here, which is 30,000. And some road work, on Shepherd Road from last year, that stone and.
I think I can guide you on some of them, and then we might need to call over to the woman who I sent you.
Sure.
If you happen to call her in advance and she sends you a list of what was, because I don't have, you should also have a copy of the submission form, because in previous years, I have some, they're very skipped, but I have some where when it was submitted, we were given a copy of it, we were able to scan it in. So if anyone asks, we can say, oh yeah, all of these bills with this submission form.
Sure.
I only have the one from March, I don't have the one from later in the year.
Okay.
So you might have the submission forms in there that'll give you the totals.
Yeah.
But we can look at that maybe, I have a couple things coming up this week, so if you wanna come in Thursday,
Okay,
we can look at it, and if not, we could always roll into next week.
sure,
Okay?
well, Thursday should be fine.
All right.
Did you wanna surplus that van track finish more, Ben?
So I was talking with Matt about it, we haven't used it since I've been here, it's collecting dust, been in the way, and we actually haven't used another attachment that's with that, with the, I don't know what it's called. What's it
All
called?
right.
Sickle bar mower.
Oh, sickle bar mower, so it's got like a scissor on it, so I can reach up. We've never put it on, I don't, I'm assuming it's never been used, obviously, so.
Isn't the Van Tech mower the one with the big wheels
That's
that
the one
we?
we do up on
The dike.
It's the only thing we got. for-
Yeah, but what are we gonna do with the dike with if we don't use it for the dike?
Well, these are just attachments.
Oh, these are
We
just
would-
attachments?
Oh,
That's a Van
I'm
Tech
sorry, I
These
misunderstood.
are probably something that came with it when you bought it.
Right.
And we don't use
I
them.
mean, I think you say the more, never use retail 5100, so almost 51. So it's up to you guys.
Tell me what the attachment is?
So it's a
Finish
finish
mower.
mower. So we got a rough cut mower, which we take down, you know, a hayfield basically. This year was basically like a golf course, you know, like, relatively. neat.
Okay, so
But
like
I got
the
something.
mower that we mow the thing with, is it like a bush hog that hooks behind this tractor or
Actually,
is
it's in front of it.
it's in front of
You
it?
know.
And like, it's not like a lawnmower where it's underneath?
No, it's attachment on the front of it. It's got hydraulics.
So
You lift
stupid
it
with
up.
this
That's
equipment.
all right.
No, that's fine.
Okay,
But we have
Kind of
these.
thing we talk about.
so the attachment is for like,
No, it's, that would actually be behind the tractor. It's like a brush hog.
so our mower mows in
I-
front of it. Okay, this finish mower is that goes underneath it. That's what you want to surplus.
Well, the finish mower is actually would replace the rough cut. It's another attachment that goes on to the front. It's just finer cut of the grass, you know. I haven't seen it in action. I don't know what it actually does, but what do I put it on? The
Van track.
The vent track.
Or,
That's a mower that has bigger wheels to get up.
I
on the
just
deck.
need a visual.
I've never seen it.
it should be.
We're gonna do a visit at the highway so we can all
Yeah.
see this
Sure.
equipment. Cause I get so confused.
And saying that, they've been doing a lot of cleanup too in that garage. Started to organize things, I know Tony wanted to organize things where, you know, so each truck's got its own little.
You said it goes in front off, right?
Okay,
Yes.
so we want a surplus, a mower, and this chopper head.
So we have two of these. One's for rough cut, basically.
Finish and
then
sickle bar.
Finish mower, just basically.
Makes a nice
give you
pattern.
that, yes. So
Makes nice for everyone golf course.
if you want to go, of course.
We're
you
not
know,
turning over into a golf cart anytime soon, so I don't think that.
And we only use that at the dike, or on the dike, you know, so the reason why we have that is because it's so steep, I guess, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we got it for.
And, you know, it's laying around in our way.
All right.
What was the other thing, a scissor something?
Yeah.
Sickle bar.
Sickle bar, which should be a very try sickle bar attachment. Yeah, yeah.
Man,
Yes. Yes, this that right there, actually, it's on the front of that.
okay.
I did not look at the retail net, but I want to talk to Matthew to see if maybe we could clean the, spillway with it, you know, the brush and stuff out of that, but he said he didn't think it's gonna do the job, so why they obtained it in the beginning? I'm
Must
not
have been with the
It's been with
package.
the
Probably
Package.
packaging, it's like 3 attachments, so.
Can that go in and out, side to side from, or is it just permanently center mounted on the thing?
It's in the front, but it does have the scissors where you could reach over perhaps,
Okay.
but it wouldn't go.
Because I don't
down
see how that
over.
would work when it's directly in
Sure.
line with you and your,
Sure, yeah.
be hitting yourself with the brush, you know?
Exactly. And like I say, I've never seen it in action, so I
Yeah.
couldn't really explain it more than just.
I'm out, right from Bert's out, I don't understand it. Equipment, I don't know, that's all John and Roy, and Jason now, and Tony.
You wanna see what it looks
No,
like?
don't wanna, it's gonna confuse my little brain, sorry. Somebody tell me if you wanna make a motion to surplus
I'll
this
make a
stuff.
motion surplus.
I mean, if they're sitting around and it's just,
All right, so
And
we're,
sickle bar more.
so we're,
which one are we doing?
The
Finishing
finish mower for
sickle
the
bar
van
mower.
track and the,
Finishing the sickle bar,
yes.
we're keeping the rough cut.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's,
We
you
use
gotta
that.
have that, that goes for the,
okay, so I got a motion from John, I need a second.
I second.
April, all in favor?
Aye.
Any more discussion? Good.
I think that's all I got for you tonight, guys.
First up to the table, you had a lot.
Yes, yes. and
Okay, we're having a discussion, and since you are the superintendent of highways now, when you buy a mower for, what is it? I can't even say it now, I'm so confused on the equipment. The mower that goes like this and does the sides of the roads.
Roadside mowers.
Is that the Alamo?
It is.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, good job, Sarah.
I'm trying.
Would you consider that highway, would we buy it under highway equipment?
It's to maintain the roadside highway.
Okay, to fix it and maintain this piece of equipment, would you put it under brush and weeds? Or would you put it under machine contractual?
Well, I mean, the machine contractual actually makes sense, I would say, you know, I mean, yes, it is used for the.
Because I like how you thought, because of the brush and weeds, because she agrees with you.
Yeah.
I don't, but I agreed that we didn't budget enough. But if that's what you think we should do, I have to amend the budget, which I will.
Put money in there, that's all.
And I would have to, from now on, that's how we will roll all the time. But I need to know, as you being the new superintendent of highway, if you feel that it should go under brush and weeds or if it is part of a machine equipment.
I would, you know, like I said, I'd say it's a machine, it's machine equipment, and it's attached to a tractor that we obviously don't have on the brush and weeds, so, you know, one don't work without the other, but that's my opinion. I would put on the machinery. and hopefully we don't have too many more repairs to it, you know, so. that's-
Right.
So then it would go under the machinery.
So that would be the
road repairs.
5130.
Don't ask me without me looking at the number, I don't know.
All right, because we have a
Just
question
so we
mark
don't
on
feel
that,
too-
so that when we continue to go forward, so we're not all like up in the thing.
5130.4 is what it would be.
Now, see, like the, regular mowers, we do the lawns with and stuff, if one of those mower heads, decks, whatever you want for decks, mower decks, broke, that's where you put it under brushing weeds,
Right,
because that's what it's for.
Or the
Right.
chainsaw.
Yeah, you can chainsaw too, yeah, I guess you can do, they use chainsaw for brushing
So
weeds.
do
well,
we-
on our sheet, we have chainsaws, weed eaters.
Yep.
We don't have any
control
mowers.
chemicals,
Do we?
lawn mowing.
So,
It's
But we
not
buy a
under
lawnmower still under machinery. correct?
Yes,
Okay,
all, regardless of what we purchase it for, it's all purchased under
we're just trying to
machinery equipment.
repair.
but this
5130.4.
actual mower is attached to the tractor for, and you think it should go under? Because but I don't mind amending the budget, and I gotta make a note to make more money in that budget, if that's how you prefer to do it.
We just need to decide where we want it and
Got it.
stick to
And-
it being there.
And stick to being
We
there.
already told you, so.
Okay, so machine, okay,
Okay,
all right, so we're all. in
we're gonna
agreement again.
we're gonna add a note saying specifically the Alamo mower
Okay, for the roadsides.
for the roadside machinery.
Okay, so next
You
time.
got the, we can, John Deere's got more too, right?
Yeah, John Deere has a little Alamo mower on it.
Because we have two of those. Okay.
We're just specifying
Okay,
that
that's
the,
fine, sure.
Because we all don't
that the
know.
roadside.
Like your
mower
logic
attachment
makes
is-
sense.
It, you know,
Well, it did,
looking
we
at
did
it
it,
first,
right?
but when I looked at the budget.
I didn't budget enough money,
Obviously, you know,
which I can fix that if that's how you prefer
Yeah,
it.
he asked me, I
Right.
said, well, he goes, uh-oh, it's more than what's in there.
I know.
yeah,
But it's okay, but if you wanted it, we would have fixed it. If that's how you
Move
want
it
it.
around.
Okay, okay, so now we're done with that. Hopefully next month will be good, it'll be a lot easier, and, we won't have so many questions.
no, time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, it's all good.
Can I jump in? I know I'm out of sequence here, but, two quick items. Did I hear during the CHIPS discussion that you had, rolled in some of your salt cost into CHIPS? Is that doable?
It is under the, EWR.
You can, yeah, actually, you can put it in on our EWR without, I thought all EWR was, actual maintenance and reconstructed, but,
According to our budget.
All of our salt.
Salt and magic. and-
Okay,
All our
that-
salt
that
magic
is huge
always
to us.
goes.
That's huge
Chips.
to us. Okay, that's good news. We'll explore that. The second item, and Kevin and I have talked about this. A few months ago, we talked about the Hometown Hero banners. The village does the village, and they also help out with Pittsfield. But a few months ago, we got a commitment from Brennan to help out. I'm hoping that commitment still stands for the banners that are down in South Berlin, because these guys have done a Herculean task in the past, but I'd like to have the.
The only thing is we still need your equipment. Because we don't have the equipment to do it.
You can get the loader.
I know, but he has an
Well, he has-
attachment
he
that's
has
OSHA.
We can rig up
Bucket.
the bucket in a way that is safe. Yeah.
Because,
It's
Where they
safe.
can strap themselves in.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
yeah, because we didn't have,
Yeah.
equipment, we have to use his. So Jason, that's, down at South of Berlin.
Yeah,
And,
Little banners.
so we help them. The brackets are there, you just gotta put the flags up.
Yeah, there's probably
yeah.
6 or 8 sets of brackets that we're gonna be getting, because we had a total of 44 more banners this year across the 4 communities.
And that needs to, be up before Memorial Day.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So we just
And
gonna need,
Jared's on top of that. We'll get him all the
Yeah.
banners and all the brackets and
Okay.
and actual poll numbers and everything.
so have Jared get in contact with
Yes,
Jason
Yeah,
and so we can get that.
For the other ones.
Okay, great.
The tractor trailers, I don't know what they do down there, but they've got a lot of broken poles down there. They,
I swear it's target practice. I mean, because those poles are far enough off the main road that
I'm
there
telling
shouldn't be
you,
any.
from the old, well, the church that used to be the old music room, just before the school, past the school.
Really. That's
Don't
wide
you
enough,
think
do it.
some of that,
Way
though,
wide.
as someone who goes through that town often, and then never go through that lake without looking, never. The tractor trailers are not really following the speed limit.
No, it
It's like
wouldn't
a
say.
racetrack down there.
Yeah,
And
that's why.
I've seen tractor trailers see a red light and continue on, making no attempt whatever to stop. So I'm sure a lot of those poor banners didn't have a chance, and you know where, to stay on a pole.
Well, I mean, we know what happens on the corner right before South of Berlin. I've seen it twice this winter.
I'll
Clue,
make sure to
right?
check with Jason.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Do that when we get together and coordinate the times. whatever we need to do.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Jason.
Okay, great. Jason,
Thank you.
again, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the job on. And thank you, Tony, for coming aboard to the town of Rome. We really appreciate it. And,
For everybody.
Good luck to you all.
Well, appreciate it.
All
Thank
right,
you very much.
all right. Have a good night.
You do the same.
Thanks. Okay, moving on, the justice report. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm out of here.
Okay. South of Berlin Water. I did get a date from Matt for his surgery. It's April 30th. He will be out. Okay,
Be out for a long time.
6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks, then possibly, I don't know if it's within those 6 to 8 weeks, maybe light duty, I'm not sure.
He's
But he's
gonna
gonna have to-
see if he can test water.
Okay.
So do the water
No.
test and do light work, but it is his right shoulder, so I'm thinking he's gonna be out for the whole duration. I'm thinking, I hope not, but I don't know. It depends on how
Ian's
well
gonna
he
take-
heals.
Ian's gonna do it.
Well, that's the other thing we gotta talk about, and I don't know if we can, I think we gotta talk about that in executive
Okay.
of a stipend. Okay?
Yep.
So, all right, that being said, what's next? The assessor?
Under South of Berlin Water, I put the letters that you asked about.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, is that in here or under the
It was under
committee?
new business, but I just put them in.
Okay, so
in
this
order.
was
Water,
the
yep.
letter that went out
Yep.
to the water thing with the $125 flat rate if they don't call to get their new head in. Okay? And the change of the debt retirement.
Like you said, Larry.
Okay, and a few people have called, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, I will definitely reword letters in the future. They just didn't quite understand, so I've had about 30 phone calls and said, nope, you've already been done. Oh, I got this letter. Yep, the letter states for anyone who has it. And then it goes on to tell you your billing dates and the amounts and tapping fees, just a reminder for the year of, oh, okay, thank you.
Well, good on them for checking.
Yeah,
I'd rather they check instead of ignore the letters.
The assessor has no report. I will tell you that the grievance day is the last Tuesday. Am I correct on that? Let me look at my notes. It's the Tuesday, the 27th, the day after Memorial Day for our grievance. Board will meet on May 27th. Okay? Anything on the assessors? Yeah, everybody good? Okay, town clerk. Deb wants to address the board. I got the town clerk, I got her letter. So Deb, it's all you now.
so I gave a letter to everybody dated April 10th. And I'm not sure if everyone received the letter that I received from the February meeting. But then I wasn't here for the March meeting, I was out on medical. So I am addressing this letter now that was received. And I'll just read my letter. It says, per my attorney, I'm addressing the board tonight after the February 10th meeting and receiving a letter in my mailbox signed by the town supervisor on February 11th. In this meeting, the board motioned and passed allowing my deputy clerk to work an extra 14 hours during my working medical leave. These hours were very explicitly laid out as to when they could be used. The letter, however, states that in addition to these hours, if a week has a holiday, I cannot allocate the 4 hours to another day or week as needed without board approval, even though the deputy clerk was hired and budgeted for 16 hours a week. The attorney's advice is to ask tonight for a full board vote on the specific matter of needing approval to schedule the 16 hours approved and budgeted, keeping in mind the following bulleted points. Town Highway Superintendent for emergency will call employees to work overtime without board approval. The Town Police OIC can schedule full-time and part-time employees to work however they feel is needed, overtime, holiday, etc., without board approval. The town judge was recently given the authority to hire an extra part-time clerk as needed for jury trials without board approval, keeping within the procurement policy. Millbrook was hired at 15 hours a week, off-season, in office, whether work 0 to 16 hours, it's supposed to say 15, sick, vacation, holiday was paid for 20. After 11 years as town clerk, I was given a drastically reduced budget of 16 hours per week, which I still have to have board approval to allocate for the office needs. Remember, if my deputy is out unpaid, the workload still needs to be completed. I'm now asking for a full board vote on whether I need approval to use 16 hours per week as budgeted for my deputy clerk.
Okay. Well, the reason that is, first of all, the town highway superintendent is budgeted for overtime. I budget that in the line. The police, I budget overtime in the budget. The town judge brought it to the board to get approved for her to hire somebody. So that was approved separately. The Millbrook hire for the 15 hours a week off season was all put in the budget this year, was explained at the budget hearing. The 16 hours per week, I don't think would have been a problem, but when you were going to take medical leave, you gave us 3 weeks that you told us. And I said that I would work with the board to fill in some of those hours. Then we got the board packet, and it stated in the board packet, and I wrote on the calendar the 3 weeks that you specified, the week before, the week of, and the week after, because I wrote it on the calendar. Then in February, we got your report, and it said the month of February and the month of March. So I was confused on the dates that I had to schedule the deputy clerk. We do not budget extra time for the deputy. We budget 16 hours flat. So she shouldn't go over 16 hours flat. Next year, I think we should have a budgeted line for vacation when the town clerk goes on vacation, when the town clerk has sick days. And I think we should budget for those days so we can have coverage. This year, we did not. We have never. And I think that's something we need to look at. That being said, I feel that if I knew when she was working 16 hours and there was transparency, I probably wouldn't have a problem. But I get an email, and I don't get it just on your office. When anybody's over, I get an email from our accountant. This person was over this many minutes. And I say, yes, pay them, no, don't. I got an email this month at payroll that the town deputy clerk worked 2 hours over her 30 hours in the 2-week period or something. She had two hours over. I don't know what it was for. So how am I supposed to okay it without being notified that she's going to work 2 hours more? If I was notified and we had notification, I don't think I'd have a problem with you doing it. But the holiday pay to work extra really shouldn't be allocated because we don't have any money allocated for when you do have to leave and we need to have the office open.
I'm not sure if you're understanding. I'm not looking to go over the budget. I never have. I've actually always stayed under the deputy clerk budget every year.
But when we allocate 16 hours and she goes over those 16 hours, I have no idea why she went over.
Because another week she was under, or another pay period she was under. That's what I'm
But
saying.
I mean, I
So-
just think a quick email, hey, I had a doctor's appointment, I left, she's gonna be working the, like, that's all I'm asking for. And we've never received it. So I don't know, and I do think next year, the board really should look at allocating extra hours for 2 weeks, whatever, 4-week vacation, so that this office is covered, because we did cut the deputy's clerk hours drastically.
I mean, you know, she keep you under because she couldn't make work, right?
Yeah, why, I don't understand.
No, so sometimes it could turn out that she has a thing at the school, so she's gonna be an hour late. So if she's in,
So would she stay an hour later that day or no?
either, if she can't stay an hour later that day, then maybe on another day of the week,
Well,
I
if it's
have,
the same time, I don't care about that. It's when she goes over her allocated.
but the thing of it is, if she goes over her allocated 16 hours a week, she has coming up a full week that she's off for vacation, unpaid, but the workload is still there. So I would use those hours and just plug them in other weeks where either I'm gone or we have a project. And the thing of it is, I don't always know. So just like these other departments don't always know. You're not getting an email from every department that, oh, by the way, this week my deputy was over 1 hour, but the week before she was under an hour. That's just a lot of emails depending on the schedule. I'm just asking to be given my 16-hour a week, my deputy clerk budget to use as I need. If she's gone for a week, maybe I want her to work
And
double
you
for
have
2
that.
weeks.
You have that. I just don't know when she works over and the budget officer says, am I supposed to pay her for 2? I don't know what to say because I don't know why she was here for 2 hours, Deb.
But this wasn't an issue last year when I had a 32-hour-a-week deputy. Some weeks that deputy would work 28, some that deputy would work 42. Some it would be 16 if there was a vacation in there. But at the end, there was still money left in the deputy clerk line at the end of the year. So I'm not looking to go over the budget. I'm not asking to be given more time. I'm asking to be given my deputy clerk budget to use as we best see fit in the front office for either my time away, a project, maybe January when taxes were busy. I can have her in here a couple extra hours each day. And then in March when it's not, maybe she doesn't work as many hours. But to try to think of week to week and with the workload that I have to email, and I'm not going over the budget. I just am asking not to have micromanagement and be allotted my budget and not go over it.
Like, you know, I don't know. I'm not, maybe I'm not understanding, but I guess in my world, if I have to work 16 hours in a week, I only work 14 hours, well, then that's all I'm gonna get paid for. And I'm not gonna get that extra, to me, you don't get the extra 2 hours.
But
For the
I need
following
the
week.
extra, I need the assistance for the extra 2. I went
Well,
from
it's not the-
32
well-
hours down to 16 this year.
I know, but all I'm saying is, well, that's life, it just, you
But if
gotta
this
move on.
employee is willing
I
to
mean,
give
she-
me the other 2 the following
Well,
week,
yeah, of course she would,
that I could use, that I'm
Well, then
budgeted
just
for.
can't you
I'd
throw
like to
an
be able
email
to
and
use
say,
it.
hey, she's gonna be leaving 2 hours early, the office is gonna be closed, and I'm gonna schedule for 2 hours later. Just so like if I get a
The
call
office isn't
from
always
our
closed,
accountant,
though.
I can say, yes, she was out, she had to go somewhere, she left, and so, yes, she was scheduled to work that
The
extra.
only issue I have, the only scare that I have
Accountability.
is more just making sure that we don't start hitting weeks of full-time hours, that's all.
No,
Because
You have to
know
be on average,
That's
on
the only.
average 20 hours a week.
Yeah.
And even if there's a couple weeks there that's 20, there's no way, with the amount of budget, there's no way that there could ever be an on average of 20 hours a week.
Because I counted how many hours, and I don't have that in front of me, how many holidays we had and how many hours we've already used. And I think we only have like a few hours left. And now there's 2 more hours gone. So you don't have a lot of push. So I watch that line really careful.
So do I. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I
So
always
that's
have for
why
11
I
years.
just,
I've
I just
watched
think
that
it's
line.
transparent that you're telling the board that you're switching her hours. I mean, I know she works from 9 to 1, Monday through Thursday. That's what I know. That's what you told us. That's what she's scheduled to work. So if I come in here and no one's here, I don't know what's going on, just a quick, and then if someone asks me on the street, I can say, well, she had a doctor's appointment or she had this, you know. That's all I'm saying is accountability. You're her
If there's
department
no-
head.
If there's gonna be no
And I
one
can
here,
tell
then-
you for sure that I get notified when somebody gets called in extra from all the other departments except the highway for snow plowing overtime. But I can tell you right now, I get called from, or emailed from the police department. And the town judge has brought her stuff to us. Millbrook, we pretty much have those hours pretty on a schedule. If there's changes,
Yeah,
She
when
gets
somebody
notified.
finds out via
just
Monday.
for accountability, that's my only thing. I'm not trying to micromanage. I'm trying to, if somebody asks me, I can give them an answer because I don't know. That's it. And I do think we need to budget extra hours for sick time for when the town clerk is gone. So we do have extra hours for next year. That can be, instead of that 16 hours, if Debbie goes on vacation, there should be hours budgeted for a deputy clerk to run this office. And we've never done that, and we need to do that.
I also just want to explain in that email, opposed to my board report, I wasn't saying the full weeks of February and into March. What I was trying to explain was that after my medical leave, I then had many, many follow-up appointments. So I was just going to be utilizing her during my follow-up appointment days, which I wasn't sure. I also wasn't honestly sure with the procedure that I had, what my recovery time would be. And I didn't know,
And I didn't
What to
know, I thought you were
expect.
taking the whole 3 weeks off.
No, I
I
was
thought,
just-
and you told me you weren't taking any off, you were just taking the 3 days off and you were working from home.
I did work from home the entire
So
time.
that's where I was confused on the whole thing.
But in
So-
order to cover the office, I was just trying to say I wanted to utilize the hours and have her come in a few more while I had my follow-up appointments, or depending on how my recovery, because that was up in the air.
So
That's
that-
all
I would just like an email so we know when you're switching her hours, just quick, hey, I gotta go to the doctor's, James is gonna be here. I mean, I would just like to know.
I'm not just going to the doctor. Sometimes we might be in the middle of doing.
It
board
doesn't matter,
reports
just
and
like,
trying to
I
put
don't,
board
I guess I don't
reports
even need the reason. I just, Jamie's gonna be working 2 extra hours this week. I guess that's all I really need. So I know when Joan calls me, I know that you okayed it. I don't know if you weren't here and she just worked 2 extra hours because of no, I don't
she
know
certainly
that though,
doesn't.
Deb. I don't know that. And that's why I'm asking for accountability for it. You're her department head, you
And
manage
she
her
does
hours.
answer to me, and I do. I know what is going on up there.
And that's, I just would like the
If
board
she's
to
2
know
extra
what's
hours,
going
another
on.
week she's gonna be none. I have a whole week that she's already told me she won't be here at all. That's 16 hours. I'd like to use 2 here, 4 there. I still, John, I understand what you're saying, but I still need the assistance.
I understand, okay.
I get it both ways.
Yeah, I get it too. I don't need a full explanation. I don't need to know where anybody goes. I just need to know that, hey, this week when you get the time card, it's gonna be 2 hours over. Like, that's all I need, because I don't know if you approved it or you didn't approve it. And I need you to tell me you approved it. Otherwise, how do I know?
Do we not have a department heads approving time cards for each department?
Well, usually if they get, like, if the police hire someone to work an extra event, it's on the schedule, we know. But like something like this, she is her department head.
Do you sign the time cards that you look at it?
That's what
No, I only sign if she, if like time change, or she forgot to punch out and I have to approve that
So if
she left.
there was extra hours, you don't sign it or you do sign it? There was extra hours?
No.
So maybe if Deb just signed it, that it was extra hours. so
That she
Joan
approved it,
saw that
so
she
Joan
approved it.
solved it. So
And that-
so then we
and she
don't
could
need to
use it,
know.
right.
Because I don't know what to answer Joan.
And
I'm
then she
like,
could use the
I don't
time.
know why she worked 2 extra hours. I have no reason because no one told me.
Right.
I've heard
That's
Joan
what I'm
on the
saying.
phone with other departments asking them, why doesn't Joan just ask?
She always emails me or texts me in the morning if anybody goes over their hours, if it was approved. I'm
And
just
she
trying to
could
be
always-
accountability. It's not just,
Why don't we have every department head be reviewing their department's time card? That seems, I thought that's.
Just
something we did.
initial it that they look at it.
Yeah.
to make sure.
Just
it's
sign
correct.
off
Just make
on a
sure, just
report
initial
of,
it that
well,
they look at
This is
it.
the time for this
Okay.
payroll period. Are you good with it?
Yeah, because I wouldn't know. I mean, I have
No.
to, and when Joan calls me, I have to call the department head and ask if it was.
And then if there's an
I've never-
issue, we'd go back to the department head and say, hey, there's an issue here, but I mean, and then
I've
they
never
work
run
with
a
all
audit,
that.
but that seems
you know?
like a pretty standard procedure to me.
Just before the time cards goes in, just have them look at it and make sure everything is status quo.
I would avoid the whole problem.
Okay, I like that situation. Have department heads check the time cards to make sure accurate. And if there's anything over,
So,
sign them.
And then she can manage her time.
Yeah, that
Like
seems
hour
reasonable,
work.
because then I know that if Joan sees it, I'll tell Joan, if you see it, they won't have to sign it every time, it's just when they,
Yeah. and then-
I mean, in my opinion, you should be signing it every week at everywhere I've ever worked.
Me too,
The
but-
department person.
But
oh, signs the
Every
time
week.
cards?
Every week you get approval for it.
every
Okay.
2 weeks for us, but.
Right, depending on your pay periods.
You know, that is interesting, now that you say that, should there be a voucher for those?
I don't think there should be a voucher, but
No.
there should be,
But if
there
they
should be a payroll report of hours. You don't need to see how much everybody makes, but how many hours for each person each day and sign off on.
And that's,
That's it.
Okay.
Deb, are you good with that? Yep. Just signing her time card? Yep. Okay.
I mean, I'd be able to do the hours if we could switch her from time card. Maybe I'll just have her switch to a program like you did for Millbrook. That'll tell me how many hours, because I have to sit there and count all the minutes and everything.
Mhm.
But if I have a program, that'll just tell me what the hours are and then.
we really need to have a
I just
computer
made-
thing that they sign
made a
in, because
spreadsheet
this, the
for it.
time clock
Yeah.
is obsolete.
But I use a time clock app for myself because I have 3 different.
Hours trackers.
Yeah,
Now he's
because
got it too.
it is
He
absolute.
uses
So-
it too.
So,
Does,
so
like, the
we're just saying
EDP
that
app
that's
charge
gonna be
you?
the way, and she can
Yes.
manage that 16 hours a week.
Yeah, and then,
16, and I'll just do a log. I'll have her fill out a log instead of the time card, so it calculates the hours for me, and then I'll sign off
and
at
then
the end
all
of
the
every week.
department
And just
heads.
do 2 for every pay period.
So you'll talk to Jason,
Or you could do one for
Yep.
your pay
Talk
period,
to-
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
please.
As long as it's, because she doesn't pay it every week. It's
No.
every-
Every other week, yeah.
So
So when she
someone
does
has to do
payroll, if
one
it's
each
over,
day.
yeah. If it's not over,
So
But
we'll
you're
get a
just gonna
hold of
sign
all
them
our
anyway.
department heads and make sure that that's going forward for everybody.
Yep.
Right across the board.
Sign no matter what. Time to run.
Right,
Agree with it.
realistically to me, you'd want to know how many hours you're paying them. But pay period,
Well, I know what they are, because she'll say, oh, shoot, I went 15 minutes over because we were working on something. And then she'll either just leave 15 minutes early the next day, come in 15 minutes later,
Right,
or if it's a week that we're
Yeah,
busy,
see,
then
and I
the
wouldn't know.
following week.
I
There's
wouldn't
no
know.
way.
Right.
But
if
I
she's
either
there-
come in at 6 o'clock or I come in after 5,
right.
so I wouldn't have a clue.
Right, I do know.
Sounds good.
She reports to me and I know exactly what the hours are, but I'll make sure that I do that so you know that I know.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
that's because I wouldn't know
Yeah.
that you knew.
That's,
I think that's a good.
that seems like a good plan.
Do we need to do a motion for that?
I don't know, do we need a motion for it?
What? I wouldn't think so, or just make.
Okay, just making sure before we move on to the next
Okay.
thing.
All right, Millbrook, Connie, you're up.
Well, hello.
Hello, Connie.
Hello.
Well, everything's okay so far. I mean, we're all set to open up. Everybody's getting their training in. We got people coming up on the 9th of May to help us clean up more stuff, the trees down and stuff like that. We're gonna have cut up and then they're just gonna help us move the logs. Put the picnic tables out to help the highway guys.
And that's Chobani Volunteers, correct?
Yep, and Pat just signed up to be one.
Okay.
They give us 8 hours paid volunteer time. So.
Okay, let me ask, do we need to have the highway trucks up there?
No, we're gonna go, we've already talked to, I
Jason?
just talked to Jason just
Okay, so
now
you already
because I
worked it
had
out.
already talked to Brandon before he left. And
Okay,
then again to Matt because we didn't know what was going on there, until I heard about Jason. But I just talked to Jason tonight and he said yes, that we could come and get the trailer that has the
okay,
lawnmowers
so,
on it.
and then we use
They're
that.
gonna take the lawnmowers off, we're gonna hook it up to our truck and we're gonna take it up and the
That would
guys are
help
gonna
the
load the
highway
picnic
this year,
tables and
'cause-
we're gonna get stuff out and the porta johns out and stuff, so.
Okay, and just make sure, Connie, that Chobani gets sent a thank you card after that.
Yes,
Okay,
and they're requesting pictures. so that they can put it on their social
great.
media, so I'll be.
And we can
my
put it
phone,
on
I guess.
put it on our Facebook too.
Patrick, we wanna get a hold of Jamie and see if she'll come up and do some pictures for us.
I'm on it.
Thank you.
Okay,
I need to get with Sarah about Facebook and getting it turned over off my phone and off back and on the Millbrook phone so that I have nothing to do with it anymore. Except for Millbrook phone,
so it's all on just the Millbrook phone.
right?
So
Yeah.
we'll set up an appointment for
It's,
that.
yeah, it's gonna take a minute. to
And
figure out.
I know you all got the text that I sent out that Connie has found a new job. Yay for Connie. So this will be her last year, am I correct in that, of managing Millbrook? And we appreciate you finishing out the year because it's gonna be rough for you this year, full-time job and Millbrook.
Yeah.
So, but you've done it before, we know,
Yes.
so I'm sure it's gonna be
been an
great.
adjustment the last couple of weeks, but I'm
Yeah.
getting there.
We did put the ad in on Indeed for the beach attendant, and we are gonna go through those applications, and me, Sarah, and Connie will do interviews, so we can get someone hired to replace the beach attendant. And
Did
then
we find
next
the
year,
applications?
Yeah, they were put in the box.
yeah, I put them in the wrong box. And then we will, go forth, and then next year, hopefully get the word out this year, looking for a new manager, and maybe whoever we hire might want to step up, I don't know, depending on who we hire. And, we'll go forward. But
Yeah, 'cause it's either
congratulations.
gonna be, me training somebody or Sarah
Yeah.
Yeah,
training somebody, depending on when you guys decide to see who wants to do it, but.
Well, regardless, it wouldn't be the first time we kind of learned it all together all at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping me on for the last.
so that being
Couple years.
said, I'm gonna need a motion because we've been paying Connie for a year on a salary basis because she was gonna work 40 hours as beach attendant and the off-season manager and on-season manager. We did 2 stipends this year. We need to change the manager line. And Joan did the calculations. She would like to go back to her old $3,400 for the manager till the season ends and everything's closed up. So I need a motion to accept that I change, well, we don't have to change the budget, but her salary will change to the $3,400 starting this next pay period. And VI to the accountant, she's gonna pay her at the end of each month, 1 paycheck a month. And Connie was agreeable to that. Okay? So I need a motion to change the manager of Millbrook's line to 3,400. Can I get a motion for that?
Do we need the motion to put that back into beach attendant at the same time?
I'm not going to yet, because I think if we budget it right, we'll be okay. I don't think we're gonna need it. If we do, we'll make the amended budget at that point.
Okay.
So I need a motion to change the manager position to 3,400. Sarah, I need a second. All in favor? Aye. Any questions? Okay, now, since we did schedule her to pay her throughout the year, Joan, we have paid Connie 320 beach attendant hours already because we split it up through the year. We have scheduled Connie to work on weekends for beach attendant. So those, we've already paid her. She won't get a salary for that, but she has already been paid for that. And she agreed, and we've got that worked out on the schedule. Then we'll rechange the schedule with our other beach attendant. And between them, Brian, and whoever we hire, we'll make sure that we have enough coverage.
And Judy.
Judy was I couldn't remember her name. Between Judy, Brian, I know, I never, because I don't see her all the time. Between Judy, Brian, and the new beach attendant and Connie, we will schedule it to make sure we're covered. Okay? And hopefully, because we've already paid those 320 hours, hopefully our budget will stay intact because we shouldn't go over budget. But if we have to, we will pull the money out of the manager and move it into the beach attendant. Okay. I'm happy for you and I'm sad for us, Connie. So, but I'm very happy for you. Anything else you want to add? Everything else is good.
Everything else is good so far. Still working on a few things to get up and running, but I should have it all done before the season opens.
And am I correct, the 24th or 26th is the CPR class that you're taking?
The 25th.
25th, okay, I knew it
Yep.
was, okay. Maybe we'll have the new person that can join that, hopefully, I don't know. Okay, yeah, that's pretty quick. Okay, that being said, anything else, Sarah? Credit card machine, is that gonna be up and running?
It should be good to go. It's just supposed to be plug and play. I just have to get with Connie on when she's available, and her and Brian and Judy
To train
to
them.
do a training. We can do a
Okay,
training.
you leave them here.
I'm leaving. Just three real quick things.
Okay.
On the, Millbrook. Is there a plan to replace some of the boards across those bridges? Because I
I
think there's
talked
somebody.
to a couple of different people. One was because it was for the snowmobiles to go over. On the one that we had talked to the guys that take care of the trails that they were gonna come and take a look at it and see what they could do to fix it. The other one, I'm not sure. It's not a snowmobile one. It is quite bad on the one. So I was gonna talk to the board about replacing that whole entire bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't want to have you have a liability issue on that or
Right.
anything like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Is
I already
that's the
took
one on the
over.
far side?
That's the one at campsite 13 that's real bad. That if you go down behind campsite 13 to go across, that bridge is really, really bad. That needs to be replaced completely. It's starting to rot pretty good.
Is it just the deck boards or the whole like structure?
I'm gonna say the whole structure.
Is the entire structure wood, or
Agreed.
were there I-beams underneath?
It's all wood. I don't know. I didn't go under there to look. I have to walk upstream to look at it underneath.
And I know you did mention that we needed to change some deck boards on the dock, that we fixed the dock last year. But
There's
some boards
still
on
like
there.
4 or 5 that need to be replaced on the dock.
Yeah, those were flagged during inspection, right? As
The ones that were really flagged during inspection, we
We
already
fixed.
fixed last
Right.
year.
But
There's
they
a few
said that
other
these
that
ones
need
are
to
gonna
be-
probably next year or
Yes.
the year after.
Now, is that something, John, the highway can fix that bridge? Do you think they put it in, or do
The
we?
bridge itself, I don't
Yeah.
know about that, but the deck board they can, I'm sure.
I mean, we can do the deck boards on the deck like we did last year, but
I don't know, I can ask.
to
Oh, we're
rebuild
gonna have
it,
to hire a carpenter. to
I don't
build it.
know.
Well, we can probably get the carpenters union to do a volunteer as well.
Well, we used to be able to do that because we had men.
I still have them.
Okay,
It's just a different in.
okay, can you check that, Sarah?
Yes.
And I'll
That'd be
see if
great.
I can get hold of the snowmobile guys to see if they can fix that.
Two other real quick things. Cindy Frazier now has all the authorities that she needs to get into the Dave system as far as registrar. And huge kudos to Deb for helping us out all these months. But we now have a registrar capabilities within the office. Cindy is the primary, with Catherine being the backup. So I think that she's got the stamp and everything like that. It's all good. But you have been absolutely a godsend for us in the meantime. So thank you, Deborah. I really want to
Nice.
recognize you publicly on that. And one other thing, just a heads up, we talked very quickly about the assessor. There are 2 properties that I anticipate are going to be donated to the village by an individual property owner on West Street. Yeah, tax impact is almost minimal. I think Deborah and I talked about it. I think it's like $7 or $8. But one is a half acre, one's a quarter acre. They're on hillsides. But I just wanted to make sure that when that time comes around, you're not surprised that those 2 pieces of
We'll be
property
taking off.
right there at the angle of Hill and West Street. As you're going up past that old, there's an old foundation there, and then you've got the abandoned house on right across from Holmes Ave. But 2 of those properties are in the process of being donated to the village. it should help us to actually move out that guardrail a little bit and smooth out that curve. But we're gonna have to angle that in a little bit, but I think it's gonna be a good thing particularly as we go with the water project. But I wouldn't be surprised if in fact the assessment changes.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you, everybody.
Okay. One thing that I just want to bring back to Millbrook is, Connie got a sample of wood already sacked. Remember, she talked about that already bagged, and she brought it up for me to say, we did go ahead and you got,
Oh, yes, I
25
forgot
of
about
them.
that. Yep.
yeah.
And
yeah,
they're
so
gonna,
They're, what a
Yep.
brilliant idea that was. It was, they're nice. I hope they're gonna be sellers.
Good.
So,
I talked to Dan
okay.
Hamilton
I think
about
that's
being
it
able to work
for
to
Millbrook.
sell it.
Connie, we'll text you the date when we're gonna get together, and what's happening to my phone? I don't know what's going on. And for interviews and for when we get to finish up what we gotta get finished up. Okay?
Yeah.
All
It
right.
works for me,
Thanks.
just text me and let me know, and then I can, I'm sure they'll work around it if we're gonna do it during the day,
No, we would do it at night because Sarah can't do it till 5.
5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or we do it on
Five
Saturday.
thirty is like, I'm still driving.
Right, 5:30. We won't do the interviews, probably start at 6 then.
Cause they're allowing me to work Millbrook as well.
But that's another thing I forgot to mention, that she can still answer the phone, use the laptop at her new job till she's done. So that was very generous of them. So, thank you. Okay, supervisor, just a quick thing. Pete mentioned it. Today at the county meeting, we've got this Commerce Shenango. There's a new program for New York State Pro Housing Community Program. And they want everybody to sign up for it. So that if we need grants for new housing, there's a housing crisis, I guess. So I'm gonna leave this for y'all to look at, and we can discuss it at another day. The other thing, I got another one of these. I left one of these in the office. I'm gonna give this one to Deb. This is the annual report from the Shenango County Social Services. So if y'all want it, there's one in the office. It tells about the foster care program. It tells about all the stuff that a lot of our tax dollars are spent, which a lot of them is state funded, aided, but there's a lot, you know. It's a big part of our budget. So if anybody wanted to look at that, will you pass that to Deb? As far as supervisor, the other thing, which I already kind of hit on, is the salaries for the highway, that we lost 3 employees and we really, and you all know that. And that's it. That's all I got for
So
supervisor.
the 3 employees you lost went to other towns?
No, they went to other jobs, better paying jobs.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So, and they're young and they have families, and so. Okay, now I need a motion for, do I need a motion for the committee meetings, minutes?
The week's miss.
That's for planning.
No, this is next.
Okay, good.
That's where we are.
It's like, wait.
It's taking us a while
I was gonna
tonight.
say, if I see through that.
Yeah.
No, all of it.
Okay, so I need a motion to accept the committee report, or I don't even know what
No,
this
do
is.
we?
I don't need a
No,
motion.
we don't.
Okay. Planning board, Teresa.
Okay, we are still working on the Sanford Jones estate. I talked with Wendy and Jim at length Monday, and I think we have a way of solving the problem. The problem is there is no road bridge. So we're gonna probably have to give them an easement and a variance. It's a unique situation. So
Because they
when,
want to subdivide it.
right, so when we do it, that will be plainly written on the decision that this is a unique experience, because we do not want this to become something that's grandfathered and somebody will come and say, oh, you did this for them, how come you won't do it for me?
You might anyways.
And they might anyway,
No.
but, at least that will
What you do.
kind of cover our.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. We also had someone come in for a manufactured home for that last week, and that being said, that's it. But now, you got the third draft.
Yep.
John was gonna put it in the mailbox, so you got it.
Or they know.
This has been worked on for 3
You got it, I
months.
know.
You probably took it home already, because last week he put it in there.
So you've got the draft of the driveway lot installation, and you've also got the draft of the driveway permit. So what I need from you folks is your feedback. What did you like, what didn't you like, what do you think you need to tweak?
I wanted to know if it was legal to charge a fee. I didn't know if that was
You
legal.
got the draft? Well, any permit, I would think, has a fee.
Okay.
And
You guys
Sanger
have-
County charges a fee for their permit. Your driveway.
Okay, that was my biggest thing. Do we want to charge a fee for it? But if, and I didn't know that we charge a $10 fee for the planning board.
Yeah, everything that gets done through the planning board.
That's the map of the town,
How much do you know where we are?
but he
Right,
put that
are
in
we,
there too.
are we looking at this at the same time?
No, that's,
No,
I didn't
yeah,
put that in
we
there for
charge
your
$10 for subdivisions,
yeah, I didn't know that. He told me that.
and it's
info.
$100 for
You gotta-
multiple.
So that being said, when you all look at it, I mean, do you want to table it tonight so you can look at it? And then we bring it back, or do you want me to send this copy to the lawyer?
I think you can send it to the lawyer. The
I
planning board's
think that
pretty
would be
much done.
nice, and then he can give us
The board's-
feedback,
Right.
and we'll know what we need to legally, how, you know,
If there's
this
something
is
that we
very
can't do,
plain
then he'll
English.
tell us.
I'm not a lawyer. I-
Right, right,
And the group is not lawyers.
right.
This is what we want to accomplish.
Plain.
So he can put it in the language that we can use, I'm sure. Or he might say, as you just said, he might say that there's something in there that says, I need you to do that.
Yeah, because I didn't know, so.
So these are drafts prepared to propose to our lawyer.
Well, no, there were drafts
Drafted.
prepared to
To
give
post
you.
to the
Well,
board.
right, but they are
Yes.
ready for us to
They're ready
send
to
to
go,
lawyer for
yes.
final.
Unless you want
Glad you had
to
a
change
question.
any verbiage or that you want to look at it. That's why I'm asking you, do you want to?
I think the planning board's gone through it pretty much,
It looks good.
you know, that's what we have it for. We have to bring it up. So we get it to our lawyer to make sure that,
I will say too, that the law
You do.
itself, New York State puts out a template that gives you, this is what you need
Oh,
to
cool.
put into a law. So I use that
Template.
to begin
Perfect.
with, and then we added and subtracted.
So I can download it.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay,
Okay, so you're gonna get it to the lawyer, Wendy, and then we'll go from there?
Yep.
Because after that, you have to have public meeting. Not you, we do. Planning board has to have public meeting about this.
you guys do.
Yes.
And then do we have to have a public hearing too?
I would think probably. I'm also gonna call Shane Butler. I thought of this tonight. I don't know why it came to my mind, but I am gonna look back on that thing that was on the states, but I'm almost thinking we have to have a secret on this too. But I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's 1, 2, or 3. So I'll pick Shane's brain and he'll tell me what to do.
And you'll guide us when we have to do the public hearings. Okay.
Once we're ready to do the local law, we'll have to have a public hearing.
Yeah, here's the local law part. I'm the,
So will the
Exactly.
lawyer have to draft up the local law? Because I've never done a local law.
I've never done local law either. Well, that's not a law, that's not the truth. We did do the renewable energy.
Anything, yep.
We
So
did,
we
yes.
did all that.
And that was 99 pages plus. And that was thanks to this girl over
Yep,
here that got
exactly.
it all typed out and
Yep.
turned in.
So I'm asking the lawyer to advise because we want to put this as a local law.
Right. So when you find out what his feedback is, if he's got changes and stuff, can you
Forward it to you?
forward it to me?
Yep.
So we could hash it over in the May meeting?
Yep, I can.
Okay, very good.
The Community Development Loan Fund, I do not have an update, and I don't think there was minutes sent in because I didn't attend that meeting. And right now, I know we have no applicants. So at first, the meeting was postponed, but then they rescheduled it, so,
I should have had it.
okay.
We'll have to look at that later. wood lot. I'll show you on my phone when I got a video of it.
I've got pictures.
Oh, yeah.
I've got it on the camera.
All right,
That is,
the board member committees, John, Highway, do you think we've got everything kind of covered?
I think so. Yeah, I can't think of any other thing right now anyways.
Okay. Building and grounds.
Deb, have you heard from Brian at all?
No, I have not.
The last text message I got from him was, if I can do it at night, I can get in there sooner. And I said, yes, you can do it after hours. And I can't,
Locked, though. How's he gonna do that?
I'll come down and open the door.
Oh, okay.
I can meet with him, because it's gonna have to open the clerk's office,
I will
obviously.
give him a text, find out what he's doing, so.
Because we gave him the.
Yeah.
And I don't remember, I want to say that was in March. What's his name?
Dave was thinking about new doors out there in the garage and plus the office there. You know if anything's going on there?
I know he called two,
Yeah, contractors.
two different contractors.
Something you know.
and I don't
If
know,
there was movement on it, we'd know.
that I'm pretty sure.
He's been busy. You got that,
I'm pretty sure you can count on
you got that
that.
cage came in, I think that's like for the evidence room.
Uh-huh.
So he was up there, I wanna say that's, yeah, he was up there
Pounding
today. Oh, man, sounded like we had like a whole other building built out, extended beyond the parking lot.
Yeah, I saw the pictures of that. He repainted all the walls up there, which really they should have technically probably been sheet rock because it's still the lath and plaster. But he repainted it. He's got the cage in, got the shelving. He went and got the shelving.
Oh, that's for Devin's room.
Yeah, and for the record room to go.
Good.
So it's good. All right, yeah,
And,
I can't tell you the last time.
That outlet over there, no, I haven't fixed it yet. I mean, maybe next time, it probably won't be fixed, but I'll try.
Why are you messing?
Well, it only take a couple screws, you put them in there, boom, it'll be done.
I thought Roy said something about there's no power to it.
Would you help that?
This one down here on the floor, that's,
There's no
That's
power.
coming up in front of the baseboard. It's just an outlet in a box.
I didn't
Yeah.
realize that, I was just gonna
It's
make it
right
look
here.
like, so it's
Oh,
not
there's
falling
nothing
apart.
in that.
Well, why is it there?
that was my question.
These all used to be here because they used to plug in, with,
I think
these aren't
microphone or
outlets,
something?
Oh, there's nothing in there.
plugging in microphone things that they
Yeah.
used to use for board meetings. They used to have, big microphones in front of everybody with the nameplates.
So I said to Roy, why don't we just cut him off?
Cut 'em off, maybe.
Well, we have an electrician that's coming and he's gonna be doing
She
work
put in a
here.
grant
Is he?
for this,
Yeah,
for the electrical work.
Vibbard, was it?
Yeah,
To
Vibbard
put
Electric.
outlets
Oh,
out here.
She's
Yeah.
just waiting to get the funding.
Yeah.
We got the funding.
Oh, it came in finally?
She got the funding, she called Vibbard, he said he would call her back with, dates he was available, and last I
There we
talked to
go.
her, she hadn't heard from him yet.
There we go. He
All
can,
right, I'll reach
There
There
out.
you go. See?
yeah, I knew I'd get it done.
Good job.
Good job, John, good job. John, you are on top of things tonight.
Killing it.
Okay, Sarah, well, is that it, John, for
Yeah,
building
that's
roads?
it, yeah,
Okay.
yep.
Youth, Sarah,
We already talked about her.
okay.
I have one thing for youth that I wanted to ask you about. I asked Connie, she said she was gonna ask you, I know that we were still doing some emails back and forth. Do you know if in fact all the funds have been released into the Millbrook account now?
I don't.
Okay, because I know if they don't have anywhere to put them, they're just gonna hold them until they have a release account. But
Okay.
the reason I asked that question is because once those funds are going in that account, that's something that has to be reconciled. But I
Right.
noticed I'm still getting the emails with Parks and Rec, this day, this amount of money. And if you guys aren't getting those emails, then nobody's reconciling that.
Okay, I will check with
So-
Allpaid and see what.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, because I thought if I'm still getting those, then where's the money? But I did notice that they tried to give you my water.
Yeah, I told them. I'm not
They did, she got back to
water.
me. I just have them doing that, so I have the ability to accept payments in office and when we get rid of
Yeah,
that software. But if we can circle back really quick to town clerk before we start moving on to all these others. I just wanted to make mention, in case, Sarah, you see it, but for the rest of the board, I took a training with Association of Towns, and Association of Towns and Amazon got together, and Amazon offered free Prime for towns that are members of the Association of Towns, and it turned your business account into a business Prime account, all for free. And
I
so
did see the email though.
I made that as when I got off the training, there was a special code that only during the training they gave. And so I got all of that switched over to business Prime free.
Awesome. Cool, thanks.
So,
So we get business prime, we don't.
I'm
have
not
to pay
getting
for it.
involved in that. If I need to order something, I'll
The
have
nice
you
thing
do
about
it.
that is like shipping and stuff, that you get,
Right,
we'll
we'll
get the discounts. you get
quicker
stuff-
shipping.
Okay.
All of that.
Plus, we also get government pricing. There was an item that right there, the scanner thing, it was $179.99.
For regular.
And when I ordered it, it came in under government pricing for $157.
Awesome.
Nice.
So we're gonna
Right.
owe money back to JCAT. That's kind of what that means, because we're only allowed to spend.
Maybe the electric will go over.
No, if the electric goes over, it comes out of contractual, and if an item is under, we owe them a check back. But it was still nice to get it cheaper.
It was.
Maybe that's more money we can ask for next time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Police.
All right, so we have the police report here, and then down at the bottom, he's got quite a bit of stuff he added to it.
Let me get the budget out.
Yeah, please.
Because I did look at this, I'm not lying.
Yeah, I looked at it a little bit this afternoon. I got one.
Okay, so he's asking for, let me just put my glasses back on. He wants to advertise for full-time because the academy is gonna be graduating. Okay? So he's asking to start a full-time position. He wants to try to get another full-time cop. A position starting at $52,000. At $52,000 a year, it'll be a $25 per hour salary. And if they work nights, it'll be that plus that 50 cents differential. Okay? A full-time officer with 5 years of experience, he would like to start at 55, and that would be at 26.44.
What does Lisa make right now?
And Lisa makes, and that's why I checked, because I didn't want to go over what with Lisa. And Lisa makes, can we talk about this in regular session?
We put
Yeah,
it on the
Okay.
compensation schedule.
Okay. 27.85. So we're
Okay,
still
so under.
under our regular full-time officer, but with starting. Which I'm okay with those because we have the money in part-time, which we've moved to full-time. And I'm okay with those wages. The only thing I'm not okay with at this time is the part-time officer coming in at 25. The part-time officer right now is at 23.34. And that got increased by 3% last year. They were making 22.66. And I know that's still under, but I feel, and it's not like we don't have the money because we don't have officers working. We can increase it. But I increased that 3% and everybody else got 2%, that, because the police hadn't been up to par in a long time. So that's why we increased the police. So that being said, he wants to start the part-time officer at 25, but a full-time at 25. I don't think we should go part-time at 25. So, and then he wants 26 for after because of the budget, but this is just my opinion. And the other thing was the sign-on bonus of $2,500 for full-time. And the first time we did that, we did $1,000, and I think it was for 6 months. This, he's asking for a full year. And I'm not sure if that was a 6 month. I thought it was a 6 month. that sign on? They had to stay 6 months, or was it a year, the first $1,000 bonus?
Mhm.
I thought it was the first 6 months we gave it, but I can't remember. I'd have to look back. But, so to get somebody in the door, I guess I'm not opposed to the 25, because there's places that are giving 10 grand out. You know, it's
Chobani.
crazy.
Well,
I think
Chobani
you
does
gotta get people in the door, and it's a
Chobani.
year,
1,000.
they gotta give us a year.
1,000.
1,000 for regular worker, for maintenance, it's 5.
So I guess for police, I'm okay with that, I
Well, you know,
think,
obviously
or
all-
do we want to make it 15? I don't know about that.
All this is negotiable, so.
Yeah, but he wants to advertise, so we need to kind of make
that's fine.
a motion on it.
So you're saying the
Shift
first line
differential.
here, he's saying. it's
50
20
cents.
After 6 though, I thought.
After 6, they get a 50 cents extra.
So now he's looking for a dollar
He's got
after
it
4.
written after 4.
Well, I thought it was after 6, maybe.
Right
I'm
now, it's 50
It would
cents
be-
after 6.
After 6.
After 4 would be like considered technically second shift.
Yeah.
Which is what most places do. I mean.
So, yeah, and so is that, he wants that increasing and then plus the 50 cents differential, do you think?
No, he wants $25 an hour and he wants to increase the shift differential to 26 for after 4 instead
After
of
4,
50
right.
So it'd
cents.
be that,
So it's
He wants
$1
the
A dollar
part-timers
each,
to
dollar
make
more.
$1 more for working after 4 p.m.
okay.
instead of 50 cents after 6.
And
Changing it, not
I'm not
in
opposed
addition.
to that if you want to change the differential.
I'm just not sure I mean, it's hard. It's hard getting anybody in. the door
And,
at
yeah,
this point.
we're hurting. We're
Brenda,
hurting.
you're killing me with your shopping feet.
Sorry. Sorry.
So let's go back here. So we're looking for, let's start off small.
Okay.
Let's start off with the full-time officer. Are we looking to increase that to 25 an hour?
Well, we don't have anybody, so it'd be a new hire. It'd be called a new hire. All right?
Is this the first bullet under the last bullet? Is that what we're talking about? Full-time with less than 5 years experience?
Yes, 52,000 a year. That would be $25 an hour. And if they work after, the night shift after 4, he's asking for 26 an hour.
Oh, and they would because we've already got a daytime.
Am I blind? I don't
Ordered
see
that,
that on
didn't
here.
So do we,
I never.
so do we want to just leave the differential? Do we want to up it at $1 or do we want to
Wendy,
leave
I
it at
think
50
you're-
cents?
I think you're mixing 2 different things. He's
Yeah.
asking for the shift differential for part-time officers, not the
Oh, okay.
full-time.
Yeah, because I was
Okay.
listening.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
just that first line, they don't get
Yeah.
a shift differential.
No, they just get the, yeah.
They-
Are you
they're-
sure?
Yeah,
That's
I
just-
think full-time
The
officer.
50
less than-
cent right
is
now
52.
doesn't get?
52.
52, because
Okay.
then if you read down below, it
Full-time.
says part-time.
Yeah.
Part-time will be
Okay.
25 per hour.
But I'm asking, is the 50 cent differential, does that go for just part-time people?
Yes.
Or does it go for
It was
full-time?
approved as just part-time. It was to give them incentive.
So you get some in here.
It wasn't for someone that
Obviously,
worked
they work.
nights?
Yeah, well, that's what they work. So
Yeah, but
all-
say we get a full-time officer that works nights.
Then it's whatever you agree is the salary, 52,000.
52,000 for a full-time
No matter
officer.
what.
Which I mean, that you might want to look at a differential because everybody's doing, if you're not working your regular day shift, everyone's giving a differential.
Yeah.
But they're not gonna be, unless you're gonna flip-flop our current full-time with the next full-time and make them go back and forth, your new full-time is gonna be evenings.
They're gonna be evenings, yeah. you're
So-
right.
Instead of differential, you just figure out what it is you wanna pay them, which is kind of a built-in, because they're automatically after 4:00.
I mean, sometimes
Change
I
it
think
to
they put
53.
differential in just to make it seem like it's an extra incentive. Could be a wording thing.
So we could do it for a nighttime differential for part-time and full-time at 50 cents.
Do, yeah, just something.
Base
like
salary
that.
is 52. If you're on the night shift, you get 50
This
cents
is
more.
more.
So you're
After 4.
25.50, because if your base is 52, you're 25, so you're 25.50.
For our evening
Well,
shift.
because sometimes I think his reality is Tuesday through Saturday. Saturday he'd be working during the day. Because he wants coverage
Yeah,
on
because you want
Saturday.
coverage on the weekend.
Or maybe I don't think he'd make him work every weekday, I don't know.
Why don't we just leave the full-time officer at 52?
Okay,
And then,
See what happens.
yeah, I
see if we can get anybody.
All right.
All right, so I need a motion, let's do the two full-time. The 55 and the 52 in one motion.
What?
The full-time salaries. So if they.
Oh, the 52 and 55, yeah.
Right, so if we hire somebody new that has less than 5 years' experience, the starting
52.
will be 52. If we hire somebody full-time with 5 years or more experience, it'll be 55.
Okay.
So I need a motion for the full-time advertising price.
Full-time with less than 5 years, 52. Full-time with over 5 years, 55. I make a motion.
Okay, April, I need a second.
I'll second.
John, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Sarah, are you gonna take over?
Okay.
Uh,
What am I taking off? What are we doing?
Do the next one,
We're
do
doing
part-time.
I'm the part-time
doing
officer.
Okay. So we're only doing this shift differential for part-time one?
Right, yes. So it's 25 an hour for part-time and increasing to $26 an hour more after 4 PM for part-time.
But you didn't like the 25 to begin with, because that's the same as a full-time officer with less than 5 years' experience.
Yeah.
Plus, she just jumped it up.
All right, we just jumped to 23.34. So,
What do other towns
like I
charge?
said, that's negotiable. I would just leave it at the 23.34.
What do other towns charge?
Or we could split the difference and go 24, then it still is less than full-time.
Did we do a raise again in January? Because where are we right now?
I think we
April.
did
We
at
did a raise again,
3%.
that's what it brought
So
to
we're-
23.34.
We're only
We
in
went
April.
3%.
Right.
Right. And part-time is 23.34.
Why don't you split the difference and either reduce the time to 4 o'clock for the shift differential, or keep the time at 6 and give them $1 instead of 50 cents? That's a really good negotiation.
So it'd be 24.34. Is that what they're making now, part-timers?
23.34
Right now.
But if we gave them the $1, it'd be 24.34
Right,
Yep,
after 6.
after 6.
right.
Well, what are Lisa's hours?
that was it.
Well, Lisa's full-time, she's days.
Yeah, like what time does she get off compared to them
Four.
coming in?
Or-
So then you
Or
have a
no
lapse in coverage for roughly 2 hours.
No, they come in at 4 at 23.34, and then they make
Oh, that'd be-
20,
Oh, that'd be a
3.84.
nightmare.
That'd be a
That's-
little bit of a nightmare, because then you got 2 hours.
but sometimes they actually come in at 3. She doesn't leave till 4, so you always have an overlap, because they come in either anywhere between an hour to 30 minutes before she leaves.
I think our biggest problem is getting people here, even part-time. We gotta figure something out.
And it's money.
It's money.
It is money, because
Let's
you
face
got
it, it's
Sherwood
money.
paying $28
Yeah, it's
an hour. It's,
Weekends and nights makes more money at everywhere I've ever worked.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to work a night shift and everybody wants their weekends free. So if you're gonna work it, you're getting more money regardless.
We'll also just realize these people have full-time jobs. They only come here for 1 to 2 nights a week.
Right.
So they're not really coming here as their full-time and their only way of, if you were a full-time evening worker, yes, I get that. But they're only putting in 1 or 2 days, is it a week or month?
So for like my situation, I'm working nights now. So if I were to come in on Friday, which is not my shift, I get their differential. It's more money than mine because I'm coming off of my shift and taking on
So you want to raise it?
a time that's not
I think right now.
as
the part-time
desirable.
is the problem. He's not, I don't know if we're gonna get a full-time officer, even at
Do
20.
you think we will get somebody at 25?
I think that we'll, might be able to keep the part-timers that we have at 25.
We have one.
One
We only have one, but he took on a full-time position now at his,
Right.
Well, he was full-time in his job
Yeah.
before.
what did he take on? He did a whole,
I think he moved to a different position at his job.
oh, okay, because I thought he congratulated him for a full-time.
Because
At the job he
I
was
think he
at.
was full-time already.
Yeah, I think it was more of a promotion than a.
So you think we should up it to 25?
I mean,
I know,
I need
I,
to spend the money and it's taxpayers' money we're hearing. But then I'm also looking at the fact that he knows how to save us money. He knows
He
how
does save us a
knows
lot
how
of
to save us money. And then I'm looking at the community and I'm looking at, they want coverage. And I'm listening to other towns and I'm hearing, 10-year-olds getting held up. I want coverage in this community too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's dangerous.
I mean, because we did have two full-time, one left. So we do have it's not like, we're not gonna go over budget this year, but it's gonna, next year.
I think next year's we're gonna be tweaking.
It's gonna be crunch time next year.
25, let's do it.
Okay. I need a motion to increase. And when I asked for this, we're not doing any back. We're starting it at the next pay
At the
period.
next pay period. And before we get done, let's go through with everything that he was proposing and make sure we're good.
Okay, so the next pay period, part-time.
Yeah.
Will get paid
25.
25 an hour.
Yeah.
And if they work night, we're keeping the 50-cent differential. We're not changing that, correct?
It used to say 6
PM.
PM. So is it 6 PM or 4 PM?
Because we need to know for the person that pays them, to count it. Do you want to change it to the night shift to the 4 PM shift, or do you want to keep it at 6 this year? Okay, so we're keeping that, we're not touching the differential. So it starts at 6. I don't know how she does the math on that. It's much easier to just do it from the shift,
I know.
the night shift.
Yeah, she must
But
love
that's, okay, next year we'll work on that.
it. Right, and then the sign-on bonus, what are we gonna do with that one for?
Well, let's do this one first. You're making a motion to increase the part-time.
Okay,
So part-time, $25 per hour, and then 26 per hour after.
No.
No night, no
25,
difference on the night differential.
50 cents after 6.
50 cent, we're keeping it what it was
So then it'd be 25.50.
25.50, yes.
after 6 PM.
splitting the difference.
So I have a motion from April. I need a second.
I'll second.
Sarah. All in favor? Aye. Any more questions on the part-time pay? So we got the full-time checked, the two things of full-time, we got the part-time. Now the sign-on bonus. Sign-on bonus, they have to work a year, they have to sign for a year, and they'll get paid after the year, is that correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, how much are y'all in favor for the 2,500, or do you want to change that?
If you're doing 6 months, I can see 1,000. That's what Shawanda did with me.
Maybe we'd retain them.
Well,
We should try some of this for highway. Maybe we'd retain them.
A day group.
I'd say let's go to 2,000. If you had 1,000 before for 6 months, let's do 2,000.
yeah.
We're
I like
still
that.
doing it, but
I will-
it's better on paper for him to try to,
So April, you're making a motion to do a sign-on bonus for a year.
for 2,000.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second.
Sarah, all in favor?
Alright.
Any more discussion? Okay. All right, what else do we have to do? The cancel zone. Oh, the training, he did say went well. He did say that. The transfer of the police record. We gotta set the time. Is tomorrow at 10 AM good for you, Deb?
No, I'm waiting on a letter from the town attorney.
The letter got sent to us. I got a letter back. Answering your question?
No, I haven't received anything. I spoke with him and he said that he was gonna draw something up and he was gonna talk to you to decide whether you wanted the board to do a resolution or where it was gonna go from there.
I didn't get that. I got the letter where he said that the files go to the police. The same thing that he said, and that there was nothing that he had to write up for let me look it up, I can't remember the word he used. Who is his name? No,
That's my turn. I'll get my here.
Yeah, because I came in your office and I talked to you, and then I called him and he said that he would,
Yeah, he sent a response that you wanted something in writing that you were not liable, or I can't remember what the word.
so Michael Martin with New York State Archives said that, a letter just strictly stating for me to hand over records was not going to absolve me from legal ramifications if those records weren't adhered to, or if foils were not adhered to, that if I stood before a judge would say, you took somebody's, word for you just to hand over records as RMO, which legally I'm not supposed to. So he said, you want to get something in writing from your town attorney, legally advising the town board to set that demand, and also his legal advice would be what my exact legal responsibilities would be as far as those records from that point forward. This way, if something happened and I had to go before a judge, as RMO, I am not protected. By me just having somebody say, hand over these records, and me doing that is not how that works. So he said, you need the town attorney to get something in writing, and you have to hope that will withstand in a court of law.
I thought we did that.
We did get it. He sent the same thing that he sent us before.
No, and then he gets
And then he said,
wishy-washy
and then he
says,
says, there is nothing to be in writing. The town does not have to provide anything in writing. And it was over.
I didn't get anything. He said that he understood my position. And what that tells me is that he does not want to give his legal advice on a letter stating that you should demand those records. And if I don't have his legal advice to the board
But I
stating that
explained
that's
to
what should
her, there
happen,
is no liability if the police record access officer fails to provide a document, which would make it look like she did not respond. At the end of the day, the person requesting the record would bring an Article 78 compelling the town to provide the documents, and the court is either going to require the document be provided or decided it is protected. At the most, the clerk would provide an affidavit on why the document was not provided, but otherwise has little importance on litigation.
that is contrary to what Michael Martin and New York State Records.
Well, this is our
Advisory.
attorney, and our attorney has told us that the police are to get the records. So the records need to be handed over.
I need a letter from the town attorney legally advising.
You got a letter saying that the police records are to be given to the police. He sent that.
And then he
not
states
only,
what
and then
my-
you called him and he sent us the same thing back again.
I didn't receive anything since my phone call. I haven't received anything at all from him. I explained to him why I needed it. I explained to him who said that I needed it.
And this is the response we got. The police department must retain and have access to its records as long as necessary to conduct police business. And they are to maintain the records, retain custody of the records, protect the records, cooperate with the MEO to manage the records, dispose of the records, and pass records to the local official's successor.
See, and that right there goes fully against law. And Michael Martin said, if any town attorney tells you that anyone else should dispose of records and not you as the RMO,
He has to work with you.
that's not what that says. That says
Well,
that
he
I
knows
have
that he has
nothing.
to, he knows he has to work
That
with
letter
you.
stated that I
It
have
says right in
nothing
here,
to
the
do
purpose
with
of the
it, that
statute is
he
to provide
destroys it.
an orderly, systematic management of local government records. Local officers are responsible for document actions and maintaining the records in the respective offices. However, the orderly and efficient management of records is to be coordinated by the town clerk as records management officer. You need to know where they are. Doesn't mean you get access. You need to know where they are and make sure they're locked and secured. For that reason, the local officials in the police department must cooperate with the REM for record management, disposal, and FOIL. Must have full, where am I going? Disposal and FOIL responses. You must have the police work with the REM to dispose of the records. So specifically, ACA requires the local officer, not the REM, to maintain records, retain custody records, protect records. That was the letter he sent that I
And
forwarded.
continue on that list and dispose of records.
Protect records, cooperate with the RMO to manage the records, dispose of the records, and pass records onto the local official successor. We're not going to hash this off. The records have to be released. She's willing to come in at 10 to
I am
release
not
them.
available at 10, and Wendy, I am not trying to be difficult. I explained to the town
Well,
attorney.
then I am going
explained
to
to
take
you-
action on you if you don't release the
I
records.
just need a letter from the attorney legally advising the town board.
He has sent us
That letter
twice.
there is not. No, if he sent you something twice, that was you. He did not send me a
He's-
secondary.
He
I
sent the
asked
first letter.
I asked him in the exact words that I was told by 3 other agencies to ask for. Because for me to take, the town supervisor, who is not my boss, tells me to do something that is against New York State law, is not okay for me to act on.
But you're not following the New York State law, Debbie. The New York State law is that the police
That is not the New
maintain,
York State.
that is, he sent you the copy of the law. It's just
No,
like
He
the
didn't
court
send me a
system.
copy of the law. He sent me he just sent me.
Okay, I'm stopping.
But
I'm not,
that's who needs to do it.
you will get a letter. We will do
I am
charges.
not
Those
protected in the court of law.
those records will be given to our police.
I would love to give them and
And
be
we
done with
will,
them.
whatever
I
we have
just
to
wanna be
do with the
protected.
lawyer to do that, we will do it. If it means that we have to have a sheriff come over.
Then why can't the lawyer do what I'm asking?
He
with
did, he
Michael Martin?
responded to you. He told me he
No, he
responded.
responded to you and
He
told you
responded
that
the
I
same
don't
law
know
that I sent you, and I said, we're paying for this again. And that's, now that we bring that up, I want to bring up another thing. When we get the bill for the lawyer, the second question, he sent the same exact email for the first one, except with the liability clause. There needs nothing to be written for liability for the town clerk. That being said, I also had an incident with the police that I had to call the lawyer over concerning the village. Those things that are not regular business need to come out of those contractual accounts, town clerks and the police. Because the town, we didn't budget enough for all these fights with these things that I'm fighting the lawyer about. He answered our question. He says, according to town law, police records are to be handled by the police department. It's plain black and white. There's a law. He printed it. I sent it to you. You still won't
You
abide by the
didn't
law.
send me the law. You just sent me what he said to you.
Well, it doesn't matter.
That's what his response was to the board. This is the law that protects the police to
That's the
maintain
answer
the
from
police
attorney.
records. There's a New York State law. That's what he sent us. Was
And
the
then
New York State
I called
law.
Michael Martin and I read him.
I don't know who
that.
Michael Martin is, and I
They're
don't
the ones
care.
who came
This
up
is
with
who
the law.
represents, this is who represents this
Guys, I
town.
don't even understand why you won't just listen. Michael Martin is the one who works for New York State Archives. He is a records advisory.
But
He
he
is-
may not be for police records. That police records, everyone we have talked to, police is totally separate than town records.
It can definitely be treated different and what
And
he
it
said,
needs to be treated different, and we've acknowledged that, and the
what he
board
said-
wants it to be treated
what
different.
he said and what the other agency said is that in towns that have police departments, what most of them do is that they make one of the officers, it doesn't always have to be the OIC, OIC might deem somebody else, an RAO, a records access officer. The RMO still has custody of the records, the RAO can access the police records. And I understand that's not how you want it. But what happens is, if David is out for a month, and he doesn't respond to a FOIL, and I've already told you there have been several FOILs not responded to, it can fall on me. Yes, it
And
does.
then you write a
The
thing
town-
saying, I don't have access to police records.
And a judge,
And-
Michael Martin said, it depends on the judge you go before, may take your word for it, or may say, well, that
Well,
was
we
your
have
responsibility.
We
and
have
you took-"
resolutions that say you're
I'm
not
trying to just finish
responsible.
my sentence.
But we have
He
resolutions to protect that, Deb. That's what I'm trying to explain to
We
you.
don't have a
Yes,
resolution
we
to protect
do.
me.
We have in the organization meeting, we have a resolution that David Kaminsky, the OIC, is the police records management.
No,
that
he is
clears
the
you.
FOIL
Or the
officer.
FOIL request. Okay, so do I need to make a
You cannot by
resolution
law
to
make
make him?
it two RMOs. By town law,
Okay,
the town clerk is the
I'm not gonna
RMO.
fight. This has been a year and a half. We thought we solved it. The lawyer said the law is the law.
And the last lawyer said that's not the law, and you guys wouldn't listen to him. This lawyer now says it is law, and now you want to listen to him.
Well, we went to a firm that has a department with law. And they gave us the number of the law and everything that the police records. I will tell him you are refusing to give us the police records.
Because
and
I
we'll move
want
forward.
his legal advice,
And
so
he-
I am protected before a judge.
And he said to us, there is no liability on you.
I didn't, he said it to you, because as
Well,
you
he
said to
sent that
me,
as an email and I assumed he sent it to you before he sent it to me.
no,
So
because you said
Well,
that
I will
he will
correct that.
not talk to
Okay,
me
moving
unless.
forward, I
you-
will have him send that liability clause that he sent to me to you. So you know it's not something I made up, that it's coming from him.
And in the meantime, I would love for you to call Michael Martin
And
and
then
understand what
I
it is that
will-
I'm trying to say.
I
If
know
anybody
what,
here
I
would
know
call
what
Michael
you're,
Martin.
I know what you, I believe that I get what you're saying, that you're in charge of the records. I get it 100%, that I get.
But I'm
But
not
what
trying to
you
be
don't
controlling. I'm just
I'm not
saying,
saying you are being
legally.
controlling, but legally, we were not, this town was not supposed to mix police records with town records, and they have been.
I would
We're
love for you
trying
to show
to-
me that law in black and white, because I'll show you one that says that's not true.
Can we move on, please?
Yeah, I
I'd like
just-
to-
Yeah,
I
because
gotta
we
go
still gotta go to
tomorrow.
executive session,
Oh
still.
my God.
Yeah. So I will have the lawyer contact you that there was no liability against you, what he sent to me.
I would like for you
And
to
then
have him
there'll
write
be
me
a
a letter.
date, and
I'm
then
not
if
allowed to
not-
contact him. I
if-
want him to write me a
I
letter.
will tell,
on
he
his
said
law
he
firm.
will not write a letter for
Why?
liability, because there is no need for one.
He won't
But I
write
will
it
tell
because there's
him
some
that you
backing
will not,
reason.
I will tell him you will not release the records without a liability letter. And then we'll move forward and tell,
And then
that's what our next step
I'd
is.
love to move forward.
Okay, we're moving on.
Okay.
Next topic, please.
Ambulance, I didn't get a report. Did anybody get a report?
No.
I don't know what's going on. Okay, approval of the vouchers, which that's gonna take us a little while.
That's gonna be.
Oh, no.
That is gonna be a nightmare.
Is it-
Okay, I'm going potty real quick.
Okay, okay, can you, want me to shove up?
No, it's okay. My legs are a little off.
I just got one question.
Yep,
Evening Sun on the
I have that pulled out, I wouldn't sign it.
DB is, it's under general repairs, okay? And then
Do you have time?
on general fund, under assessor and town clerk, it's in, general fund. Why would the garage
Where are your keys?
be under general? Why would you take it out of general? Why would you take it out of general repairs? It's not even going to make sense.
Well, I wanna know why the Evening Sun is charging us when the ad was supposed to end on March 17th. And they charge us for the whole month of March.
They did?
It was supposed to end on, we close it on March 17th. And they have invoices here, and I think Deb
That
needs
big
to
binder flip right there.
call
So the
them.
assessors comes out of the assessor's line, John, and meetings comes out of my line. And
Okay.
hiring DB, I guess in reality, hiring a superintendent could have come out of A, but Evening Sun has always come out of DB because you're hiring DB employees, you're not
I know, I
hiring A
understand that, but we're thinking
employees.
about general repairs. Why would we take about general repairs?
Because general repairs is the miscellaneous line, that has
Well,
always
that's the
been.
one that Dan always uses miscellaneous, but we're seeing it's supposed to be for highway
is for maintaining roads.
So where would you put
Yeah, that's what I
things that
don't
you
know.
use?
Right.
Because these guys are maintaining the roads and doing highway work, so,
Well, I would think,
That was my note as well, is it doesn't
I mean-
seem like it's the right one, but it's not really the wrong one.
There's
either.
no other line in DB to put miscellaneous charges.
right, so.
So
I'm
that's
just saying
where-
for hiring, I don't know, I just think that should, no matter what
Maybe we
it is,
need to write that
should
on
come out
our
of
budget.
general. I mean, I just-
But why
that's me.
should the village have to pay for you to hire DB guys? I don't pay for them to hire DPW guys. Living outside the village, living inside the village, why should they pay to hire guys who are working on town roads? Which brings me to, you guys have all the supplies that the guys use under general. General was supposed to be because the building's an asset.
Well,
Them
that
Blowing their
was-
nose, why would you charge the village people?
We got a lot of them that gotta be changed under
Really?
Billy's. All right, do you wanna start with the evening sun, cause I pulled that one.
Sure.
I thought that ad was only supposed to be it was closed on the 17th.
Okay.
Am I corrected on that? They billed us the 19th, the 20th, the 21st, the 24th, and the 25th, and the 27th, because we cut it off on the 17th. And then we made a motion to put the next one on Indeed, because the
Yep.
bill was so
Yep.
high last month.
Yep.
And now we got another bill for 571 when we shouldn't have been in the paper. They should have not.
But
It should have been done on the 17th, and we paid them a check for $563.60, and I don't think we should pay these charges. Because it was supposed to end on the 17th.
Right.
Because then we were gonna start interviews. So Deb, do you know why they would have done that?
I'm looking right now to what we said we were doing.
Because this was for the first one. This is when Justin quit. And we put that ad, because at first it was for 2 laborers, then we did that whole email that it wasn't 2 laborers, that was laborers and an MEO, because Roy, and I'm like, didn't anybody hear what Roy said? And you go, oh, yeah, because remember he had that whole thing, he wanted to hire 2 MEOs, not 1 MEO, and it was supposed to be cut off the 17th. Because then we were gonna start interviews to get somebody hired. And then the next people quit, and then we said, we're not gonna do it because this was so expensive, we didn't get a big turnout, we were gonna do the next
The
one.
highway
on Indeed.
superintendent went into the paper.
Into Indeed.
No, the highway superintendent went into the paper.
Was that one supposed to, I thought that was the one that was
I
supposed to
thought
go
we
on
were just gonna
Indeed.
put it on Indeed.
Yeah, we didn't vote to put it in the paper
Mhm.
because he hadn't quit yet. He didn't quit
Right.
till
That's
March's
true.
thing. We did not vote to put an ad in the paper for superintendent highways, we put it on Indeed. This one's motor, let me just look at these ads.
Have you put it there for them, you?
And we did, and we put all 3 of them back on.
Indeed.
Yeah, these are highway superintendents, and we didn't vote to put it on. It was only for that first round of MEOs and laborers. Because I was shocked when I got another bill from them. I'm like, why are we getting another bill from them? We did it on Indeed last time.
But we said the MEO and the laborer was supposed to run when?
Until the 17th.
Till the 17th.
And then on the notes, I thought it said,
And then we said,
It
it
said-
was so much money, we only got a few
it
things.
said
Let's- you
Indeed,
said,
and then
let's
it
do
said
Indeed.
highway superintendent,
Was that
3
March
weeks.
17th?
And that was to all, highway superintendent was to go in on Indeed.
For 3 weeks.
That's what Sarah motioned for Indeed. It
Right.
wasn't to go in the newspaper. So I don't know what we do about this. They got charged
Was it in there?
$571. Yeah,
It was in the thing, in the evening sun?
yeah.
Yeah, they put the first.
Because we said, we're not doing that again. It was too much money for such
Ain't
little
much you can do about
turnout.
them.
Yeah,
Not much you can do about it.
And that's because we had a fit about the price of it. And we said, let's not, you were the one that said, don't put it in the paper. Let's put it on
look at
Indeed.
Indeed.
Yeah.
right.
So am I signing it?
I mean, I think we have to
You
pay
have
it.
to get paid. It's paid.
Well, we could argue it.
Legally,
and see
no,
if
we're
we
not
can-
required to pay it according to,
We could try to negotiate a refund, but I don't know if that's gonna happen.
yeah, I really don't wanna be sent to collections for it either, so.
I don't want to be sent to collections
Quite
either.
frankly.
Okay, so that one's that. All right, what was the other one in here? Okay, the Utica Mac Interstate.
So for anybody who doesn't know, we get the parts and supplies from Utica Mac, and then Utica Mac gives their invoicing information to Interstate Billing Services, which is consolidated billing for several companies. And then Interstate Billing Services bills us.
So this month's, we are getting 2/28/25 statement, which was the end of February. We must have not got it in time for March's meeting. So now we're already behind, and I thought they were charging us a finance charge, but this was another bill that I think I just found it in, was it in prepaid? Where did I find that? I called them today. She goes, you don't owe that. You already paid that. So, but we owe a $762 bill that's not on this. And I'm like, when did that bill go out? And she says, that went out April 1st. Well, you would think we would have it already, which we don't. So she emailed a copy of this statement. This statement says we owe $762.48. And we owe the $1,678.32. So we owe $2,440.80. And our thing is written out for $2,172.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that this $323.40 was already paid.
So what do you want to do? You want to?
I don't know. I don't know if we
Okay.
paid the March statement that she emailed me today, and she asked, would we, and I was gonna ask Jason and I forgot, would we like these statements instead of mailed to be emailed to us?
Well, we still don't have the ones that you're talking about, because I just did the mail today and it's still not there, unless it's something that came
Exactly.
in and he took back
And
out
he-
there.
Email would be so much more.
Yeah, instead of them mail, because they don't mail them out. They print them, and then it gets mailed out the 1st. We're talking the 14th. We still haven't received.
Yeah, that's.
So now we're gonna be another month
Month behind.
behind.
Yeah, no, what do you mean to have them emailed to us?
So I don't know which one you want to pay. Because this one has the 1678.32. This is the newest statement. This is March 31st, which I think we should pay. And that's 1678.32 and $762.48.
So where's the invoice for the 700?
Right here. She emailed them to me. She
So what
emailed
is
me
the
the
difference?
She emailed me both. It was Polywire ZZ Combo 24. I don't even know what
I
that
have
is.
no idea.
We're gonna have to look it up.
So it cost us $700 and some, and the other one, was 16, was the same thing. Polywire ZZ Combo 24. How much were they a unit? We got 168 of them this time.
$10.59 a piece.
And these were $9.99, so they already went up in price. This was done on 2/26. What's the date of that?
321.
So I don't know what that is even for. But the newest statement says we owe $2,440.80. Not in this statement said we owe $2,121. The only reason I looked at it because it didn't match what this was. So I'm like, God, are they charging us $119 late fee? So I called them and she goes, we don't charge late fees. And she goes, you already paid that invoice.
Do we have electric fence somewhere? Because that's what it's coming in as. It's
Electric fence?
Yeah, like for cows.
It's electric wire. I don't know what it's for. The six.
They wouldn't order an electric
Okay,
fence.
now, okay, wait, on this one, he wrote on it, broom bristles for sweeper. That was the
Broom bristles for
168,
sweeper.
the 1678, he's got underneath that polywire, broom bristles for sweeper. On the 323, he's got wiper blades. So on the new one, that's polywires, maybe that's to replace, maybe they started sweeping the roads and they break and they put those.
For that sweeper, that big sweeper.
That's what, because he wrote on this one, that it was broom bristles for sweeper.
Okay.
So they
I
must have
didn't
had
realize you
ordered
could change
more.
those up, obviously you can't.
Yeah, I guess you
You
wouldn't have to be
have
able
to, you
to.
have to.
They get broke. So that's what they're
That's what
for.
it is, yeah.
Because he wrote that on
This
this
one's for
one, the
The big
$1,600
sweeper that goes
one.
onto the loader.
He wrote that one.
She's doing math, but I'll show her. The notes made me think it said set up Indeed and set up ads. So I took set up Indeed as, we already had Indeed set up, set them up on Indeed and set up ads. Then I messaged you and you said, run it for 3 weeks. So I did superintendent for 3 weeks. So I took your note, set up Indeed and set up ads for 2 weeks. Was set it up on Indeed and set up ads.
She set up the ads on Indeed.
So we probably just,
We
So
signed that, so.
that's why I did it the way I did, but then I checked with him and he said,
3
do
weeks.
it for 3 weeks. So then I did the ad on Evening Sun for the 3 weeks.
Right.
That was the, I didn't listen to the recording.
Yeah.
I just went by your notes and then Wendy asked me today, because I had a question on the resolution. Did you listen to the recording? I'm like, no, if I can get away with the shorthand, I'd rather do that than have to re-listen to
So
a meeting.
how do you want to work? I think we should pay what we owe. The last statement.
Yeah.
So do we need to void this and get a new purchase, thing?
$2,001.
Or do we just,
$2,001 there, you mean?
yeah, or do we change that line to the
You can't just add it to that?
1678.32? Well, this is not right because I thought it was in, somewhere I saw
I thought it was
The
in
three
there right on.
2340. I thought I had it sticking out. What is
I
that
don't
from?
know if it was in prepays, that's card member services. I don't know if it was in prepays or just one of the other ones, but I remember we looked at it.
I saw it and I'm like, well, here's that receipt that I can't find. The 119 was in something.
Well, using that sweeper.
But I don't know if the 323, maybe Debbie could look to see if that was paid too,
I think it was just in another.
because it's not on this month's statement. That's where I'm confused now. I don't know
You
how
don't
we,
have a statement that says 2,175?
Not the most recent one,
Yeah.
that's what we're saying.
no, I have a statement that says 2,121.70. And I have a statement that says 2,440.80. So, and I didn't understand why the purchase order says 2,172. And there's two bills that add up to that amount,
Because that's all they had.
bills
He-
for, but
That's
this
all
one,
he's
when I
got bills
called,
for.
I thought that was a late charge. I called, she goes, you paid that with check number 7259. Because that was from, I can't even remember what she said that bill was from. It was like from December, I think.
that's a good thing they don't charge any late charge.
See, that's like,
So that's, I think we should try to get that and then start getting a bill emailed. But we gotta call them to tell them we want them emailed.
Is it this one?
now with, Mirabiles, do they, when they send you a statement, they send you the printout slip that they did the day that they delivered it?
Reese Marshall?
Yeah, Reese Michael, sorry.
They send me printed copies of the delivery,
For your one.
Okay, so the regular,
and each time they deliver, and then they leave a
You got
ticket
it?
with
Was it in prepaid?
highway.
No,
they don't leave any tickets on the highway.
Oh,
What's
yeah, that's
They
right.
don't leave any tickets. at the
Oh,
highway.
no, they've been mailing the tickets.
And that's why I didn't know.
And
why.
we rather the ones that they mail, because the ones they print don't even say Reese Marshall on them.
Oh, really?
It just says, the ones that get printed out just say what they delivered to us and whatnot. The top doesn't even say Reese Marshall. There's nowhere on there that says
Okay.
Reese Marshall.
I just wanted to-
So we do compare them. Every time they send one, I print it. And then when they mail it, we get rid of the printed and we keep the mailed one.
Okay.
This way we know that it's ours.
So you're
Yep.
looking to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I was wrong. It wasn't in prepaid. It's in general.
Okay.
So it's for 119 to get paid, 98 in general. And but she's telling me we already paid this 119.98. We
Okay,
paid it with check number, what did I tell you? 7259. I don't know when we paid it. And I don't know why we have it in to pay it again. But it's
It
in,
probably got paid by an invoice. Now it's getting paid by a statement.
and it's under A 5132, which is that the garage number? 5132?
Yes.
So, and it was for White Square Work Light, W36 side Dods.
But that would
Like
not
for the
pay,
truck.
right?
This one they're telling me was paid already, but it's in to get paid.
And then we're big?
Well, that's what we
So
got.
mark on there,
No, not big.
Per to phone call, so I think,
what number did you say the check number was that we?
7259. It was for $119.98.
Yep.
And she says, this is the amount we have outstanding is $762.48, which she sent me the invoice for.
That's it?
And then the 1678.32, which is on this one to pay, that's the broom bristles. And she sent me a new statement, but on this statement, there's another bill for $323.40 that I don't know if it was paid already, because 119 was paid, but, and maybe like Debbie says, maybe it was paid on a invoice, not a statement. So I don't know what to pay them. Do we go by?
I don't, well, we're not paying the 119.
19, so we gotta pull this out.
Pull that and write on it, whatever you need to, we're not paying that.
Okay, I don't know how
it's
to do
paid.
that, so we document it, because it's got an invoice on, we void the invoice or the PO. Right? All right, so let me pull that one out. So, in the statement for 331 says we only owe the 762 and the 1678.32. But the bill this month, we still have this 300 wiper blades. That was from 113. I don't know if it was paid. It's on our
Well, what
statement,
did she
it's
tell
saying.
you?
What did she say when you called?
Because,
She
yeah,
didn't tell me that when she told me I asked her about the 119 because I thought it was a late fee. She goes, we don't charge late fees. She goes, I'll send you March's statement. This is what she sent. So I'm thinking we only owe these two bills.
That's what I'm thinking. I
Yeah,
would not pay anything else.
they would
other
have
than
brought
those
the
bills.
other charge
Okay,
over to the new
so-
statement.
So we're gonna, how do we do this now? Do
Is
I,
this the one from
This is-
DB?
this is the DB 5130
So we would just modify this DB one
and put this new
to
statement on it.
add this to it, yes.
Okay, so we gotta cross off that thing and get your calculator out for somebody. Add up 1678.32
What are you taking out?
and 762.48.
So those two added together, 2,440.80.
That is March's statement. And I think we should pay March's statement.
What are you removing
So
from
we-
DB?
We're not removing anything from DB, we're adding to DB and removing from general.
Yeah, the 119.
Yeah, so we're taking 119.98 out of general for that Utica Mac, or interstate billing services, whatever you call it. And then in DB,
We're adding 2440.80.
And I don't know where this one was paid out of. I couldn't tell you to look it up.
What
we're
is
not adding that
Utica
whole
Mac
thing,
one?
because there's already one in there, we're just changing the amount. So
Oh.
we're changing 2,001.72 cents over to
2,000
2,440.80 cents.
as to their statement.
Right.
So minus 2,001.72, so that's gonna be 8 cents.
And then Deb, if you want to call them,
So we're adding 439.08.
Right,
That's
to the-
439.08.
Yeah, to the 2001, right, yeah.
So what we did the other day when we had Jason in the office, me, Jamie, Jason, were extremely flustered. We had a headache and we were just done.
yeah, I think we're gonna
Because
have a couple of these.
Trying
yeah.
to figure out what
Yeah.
went where.
Right.
and
Right,
gonna
right.
be a
It's
learning
gonna be
curve.
learning for all of us.
On the cheat sheet say the same thing. So we couldn't figure out, and I said, where do you think best? Yada, 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 on and on. We didn't know what got paid. We were looking them up. Nope, that one's already paid. This isn't paid, that was. So we made him a list on his cheat sheet of all accounts that we know off the top of our head in the last couple of months that actually send statements. We have very few that don't.
Okay,
And we told him, do not even bring us a purchase order if you don't have a statement and all of the matching invoices. If
okay,
you need assistance in us calling somebody, we'd be more than happy to help you. But all of these are going to be paid because the invoices come in Utica Mac. So they make out a purchase order for Utica Mac. We write a check. Then we get a statement from Interstate Billing and we go, oh, we haven't paid
so John,
Interstate
you
Billing.
need to tell
Then
them
we
Utica
pay
Mac bills
We
by
did,
interstate.
we did. We
Okay.
did all of this with him in
We
the
already know
office.
that, right.
We wrote it all down. We said, all of these, wait until you get a statement.
So now this statement's gonna come in the mail but they will email them instead of mail them to us so we can get them quicker.
It just makes.
But we
sense.
gotta call them to, I said, let me ask the supervisor or the town clerk to see if that's how they wanna do it. So,
And then he has an email address now as well. We set him up one when he was in the office that day.
oh, good, so then we can have him call them or whatever. All right, so do I X this and just put this amount now?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're Xing out the 21.
Don't X it out, just put another line underneath it.
And put a line across what's wrong and initial it. And then put a correct one.
Yeah, that works too.
So it's DB
It's the
5130.
same. I thought.
Four, and it's gonna be 2,440.80. Okay, and this is March's statement. Okay, so then these have gotta be stapled together. Okay, all right, so that one's taken care of. And this is, do I have the DD folder here? What one is this? Or is this, no, this is general.
Just
This
so we can
one's-
paper it so that-
This one's general. Okay. So now in general, we're taking out the Utica Mac one because this was already paid. I can't remember what check
Check
number.
number 7259.
7259. And then Deb, I mean, they didn't send it, but I would check on that $323 one to make sure we did pay it, but it's not on this statement. So I'm sure it was already paid, because she would have
Make
said.
sure you put that jog so that she knows where it is.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sure
okay.
that she would have said that was
All right,
outstanding.
was there any more on,
Okay, yes, are we ready to carry on here?
Yep,
So
carry on.
Axon had a clerical error on David's part.
so we're doing general,
Yes,
okay.
so it shouldn't be 13,737.77 cents. It should be 13,737.23
$13,737.23.
Correct.
Is that changed on the abstract?
I'm not sure. I have my original one.
So we have to minus 9 cents. We changed it. I did not reprint everybody's abstracts. We spent the day changing everything.
Okay, so that's
It's mine,
13.
I have minus 54 cents. To go from 77 to 23 cents.
Oh, do you?
Okay,
Oh, where did I just?
I don't know.
I'm doing two
Okay.
different things.
Twilight Zone though.
okay.
I'm doing something else over here, so I'm like, oh.
Okay,
I got one in general.
okay, what do you got?
There's a statement in here for card member services for the Zoho for the 231.34. This was paid on prepay already. Joan told me she paid that already.
How can she pay it? We just got a purchase order.
I thought it was last month.
We just got the purchase order.
Because
There
that was the one, I told her I didn't want to get a late fee to pay for it because it had the tax on it. And I said, he has already, because it was not supposed to have tax. And I said, pay it and we'll get them to credit us the tax on the credit card.
How much was it for?
But she called me on this. It was for 231.34. Is there two?
It's right here in prepays. 231.34.
Yeah,
Card
she-
member
Because
services.
I know she called me on this. And I said, you gotta pay it because it was put on the,
David handed us the purchase order last week, so we put it in because he gave us the purchase order. Which means if we're gonna sometimes pay bills without a purchase order, then we need to know, because
because
I thought our
I
system was
think
to
it
pay
was
with
given
purchase
back to him because there was a wrong amount or the tax was on it, because it
You're
said,
right, Debbie
tax-
doesn't have a purchase order number on it because there isn't one listed
Yeah.
on here.
no, we shouldn't pay
and
bills
Joan
without a
called me
purchase order.
about it because it had, it said on it, it was on here, it said tax needs to be removed. And Joan goes, do you want me to pay it? And I go, yes, pay it, and I'll have him email them to correct it. And, because he must have submitted it, and, because it has a written
He
24719
tried to
on it.
submit it, I contacted you and you said, nope, put a note on it, put it back in his mailbox, so I put a
Right,
note.
and then Joan called
And
me,
it
and I
was a
said, I don't
month
wanna
before
get a
this-
late charge on it, so pay it and we'll get credited for the sales tax. And I said, what happens if the company, she goes, I can fix the sales tax. But I wanted to get it paid because this thing was gonna get I don't want a late charge on the credit cards. So we did pay this already, because I remember Joan calling me and asking me
All right,
about
so
it.
then we have to have a
Because
process.
we
'cause
paid,
if a
we paid the
purchase order-
sales tax.
But if a purchase order is wrong, then there's no sense.
Well, it
of
must
us-
have had one originally, because she wrote it on the top and then it got handed back.
She never received a purchase order. We received it in the front office. It was not correct. I messaged you. You said,
And I
put a
talked,
note and give it back to David.
and I talked to
I gave
David
it
and then
back to
I
him.
talked to Joan and he emailed them. And I said, pay it, because we purchased it. So,
I don't know what happened, but I can tell you that there is no purchase order number on this transaction on the abstract.
and I okayed it. I okayed to pay it.
On the abstract dated March 25th.
That's why I pulled this one, because we did already prepay it. It's already paid.
Okay.
That I understand, but if somebody has a purchase
I
order
get
wrong, what
that.
are we supposed to do? Because
Well, I
if
thought it was just because of the sales tax. We weren't gonna pay it because of the sales tax. And I said, Joan, and she goes, Wendy, we'll work through the sales tax. They'll credit us. And I said, okay, so then pay it. Because she goes, if they don't credit us, I can get it credited through our sales tax. I'm not gonna be hung up and get a $35 late fee for 200 and, what was the tax? I don't even know what the tax was.
We're not gonna get a late fee because it was a payment being
857.
made. It was just gonna be a finance.
Well, I didn't know if there was more stuff on the card or if that was the only payment. What's the next one?
I do have something on here that's coming in from DB. Do you want to address it here or at DB?
All right, let's wait. Are we all done with,
So how much was the card number, the 231.34?
Yes.
that's gotta come off. So I gotta pull that out, right?
Yes.
And then the other one has gotta come off.
We already got that one, the
Okay.
1998.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so that one's done. So do we have a total for general now?
Don't do that yet.
Okay,
Go DB
Don't
first.
do that, yeah.
do DB. Okay.
Let's go to DB next.
Is this DB? Okay, DB, we have. Okay, this was the discussion over the mower.
That's right.
Where do we want to put the mower, people? Originally, Jason did put it, he did put it under brush and weeds. But then he realized we didn't have money, so I put a line through it, and then I put it under machine contractual because it was fixing it.
What's that, Snyder sticker?
It was, so I don't know where you want to put it. It was cutter shaft, idle pole, washers, locks, bearings, grease, HASS58NF, and hex. So,
It was for work on the Alamo. So it should go, we decided earlier that. we
I
wanted
crossed
to go
off
down
both numbers, so somebody tell me where we want to put it, because I don't care.
All right, it goes in DB 5130.4.
So it's gonna go in the machine equipment.
Okay. Now on
DB.
the same page, there's another brush and weed. What the heck is that stuff?
Okay, wait, let me get this one. So that one stays.
That's
Is that
something I've never
now
heard
what is that one on the
of. Never heard of that
abstract?
company.
Me either. That's why I circled it.
Let me just make sure this is on the abstract. On the abstract, we gotta change it on the abstract, guys. It's under the brush and weeds. We're gonna change that to machine equipment.
Correct.
DB
It doesn't
50,
change what fund or our total. It
DB
just
what?
yeah, 5130.4,
0.4.
and that'll be machine contractual.
Oh.
This is gonna go better. Okay. Now we have interstate, we did, what was the amount on that? 24480,
2440.80.
thank you.
So we're adding $439.08 to that
Okay.
total.
All right, so Clinton Tractor is better. Okay, let me see what the next one is, Sarah. The Gillies.
No, you're skipping Alta Construction.
All right, let me find Alta Construction.
Alta Construction was labeled to go into chips, but it went in to machinery contractual. So that just needed to be revised to chips.
Oh, on the abstract.
And I don't have a new abstract, so I couldn't tell you if that happened.
On the abstract, that is Alta, that has machine equipment line number, not chips. So it'll be DB 5112.4 chips on the abstract.
What's that? Sorry.
That is Alta Construction Equipment,
Yeah.
5112.4 chips. it's written
Got
on,
it.
it's written on the PO
Voucher.
right, it's not on the abstract right,
Right.
so it's probably typo. Okay, so
That's
that
it.
one done. And this
All right,
one,
next is Gillies.
this one, I don't think he's gotta remember, hasn't been submitted into CHIPS.
The 3,800.
Because this is from October 13th.
It couldn't be submitted to CHIPS because we haven't paid it yet.
Right, that's why we gotta still submit
I'm
this
sure
one to
that you can,
CHIPS.
but right when you get, yeah.
Okay, what's the next one?
Next is Gillies.
Okay, Gillies. And John, we did talk about this, me and you.
And
'cause
Gillies
we-
is going to all email, you know that,
Yes, that I do know.
okay.
All right, so on one invoice for 249, it is a 3.5 ton service jack. That should go under equipment, 5132. That should be put under equipment. Okay, because that is a piece of equipment, right? It's a
Yep.
jack to jack something up.
That's valued at $600 and we managed to get it on a deal.
All right, so that one, so we need more POs for this. How do you want me to take this apart, Deb? So I don't have any Post-its. Did somebody bring Post-its
I
out?
did not, no posted.
All right, this
Can
one
you just
has,
change the number right on the PO?
no, because you're gonna have to have 3 different POs.
They're in different funds.
You got, there's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 purchases that have to have 3 POs. So this PO should be the 5130, needs a PO. Needs a PO.
What is the 5130?
0.4, right?
0.4 or 0.2, equipment
5130.2
is equipment,
is
machine
for
equipment.
debits for invoice number 740842. And the total is $249.
That's for that jack.
Yes.
Okay. So now we have 4 invoices, correct, Sarah?
For that.
3748,
You
749,
guys realize all this has to be done by like 6:30 a.m.?
2698. No, it doesn't.
Oh, she's coming
It's
Wednesday.
not coming to Wednesday.
Oh my gosh, next month when something like this happens, they're not all gonna be corrected by 6 a.m.
All right, 2698 should come out of general A5132.4 for 7624.
Do you want the invoice numbers for that?
You just said 2698 and then you said 7694.
You missed it, she had numbers before that, 3748 plus 429 plus 749, am I going too fast? Plus the 2698.
Mhm.
Total 7624. That's going to garage contractual expense A5132.4.
And what are those items?
It's degreasers and a scrub brush.
And duct tape, wasn't duct tape
Maybe
on that?
duct tape.
What are they using the degreaser for?
Degree stuff.
Their hands, right?
And, well, maybe for their.
Some of
hands,
it
too.
was hand soap, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are we all agreeing that the
Purple
village
power.
residents need to pay for them to wash their hands, use
Phil,
toilet paper and all of that? We're back to, that goes in A?
That's what I have on our cheat sheet.
Because they're
Unless we
DB
wanna change the
employees,
cheat
so
sheet.
I don't understand. This is where I come back to, I'm trying to understand, because
The
he's trying to
garage stuff.
understand, we're all trying to understand. We don't pay outside of the village, John, you and I, we don't pay for DPW to wash their hands. Why should the village have to pay for our guys to do that? They're DB employees. That should be coming out of DB. That was what Dan always used that general repairs line for.
he always took
because
it out of the
it
general
was the
repairs.
miscellaneous line in DB. It was the only line that was kind of a general miscellaneous.
So I don't remember what happened with it, but I can tell you that the reason it doesn't, to me on paper, make sense to have it there is the Office of the State Comptroller explains DB 5110.4 is expenditures for maintaining roads should be recorded here. Resurfacing can be included to the extent that it restores the original construction. For towns, expenditures shall be made in accordance with the highway agreement between the town board and highway superintendent. That, to me, sounds like permanent road repairs that CHIPS does not cover, and that's it.
See, permanent road improvement goes in permanent road improvement. If that line is not called CHIPS, because you could also buy equipment, which would be the equipment line, and put
Right.
that under CHIPS.
So it
So
shouldn't be
permanent
really
road
called,
improvement
it
is
shouldn't be called CHIPS, it
No.
should be called permanent road.
permanent road improvement.
So we need to make a note for the budget next
So,
year.
so the whole, I understand what you're saying, and that makes perfect sense, but there's no other line in there.
Right.
Now, when I called the comptroller, because we were all trying to understand it, he said there is no reason for anything highway to come out of general. He was even confused as to why highway superintendent was coming out of general. I
Okay,
said, I
because
think
the-
it has to do with ours is appointed, not elected.
Right.
But he said that
Excuse me.
other than the garage being an asset and the repairs to the garage being an asset to the town,
Mhm.
no highway should come out of general because you have your village residents, they're different tax bases. Your village residents are paying for their own DPW, so they should not have to pay for the town's highway as well.
So like this
There-
is stuff like
The
deep
village
research.
residents are using town roads.
That's why they pay for the snow removal,
Uh-huh.
because
Right,
they,
but the men
Utilize
doing.
it.
but we
work
use the
and
village roads
supplies.
too, so that's kind of a,
Right, yeah.
Like Purple
Right.
Power,
Utilize, yeah.
Purple Power is degreaser.
Purple Power again,
I think there was a polybrush.
a dip brush head, that's probably for washing truck equipment.
Yeah.
So we need to decide where this miscellaneous stuff is gonna come out of.
I'm not opposed to moving it, we just need to decide.
Where
That's
and
where
can
we're
we
going.
make a DB garage line? Can we make a DB 51324? And put that in DB, so that stuff that happens at the garage,
I don't know.
that's not an asset.
When I looked up the A51324 garage contractual expense, there was no description from the Office of the State Comptroller
And I've
of what
asked.
should go there. Yeah, we've looked in the book, there's nothing.
And when we called around, we found out because it's an asset, you can do the building repairs, the roof, the painting.
Which is what we
All
did here, but
out of
also we have road signs coming out of
General.
there too.
Because road signs are considered an asset, was what Dan learned at highway school.
Okay.
They're a town's asset.
And then we also have the highway superintendent expenses like memberships, boots, and training fees.
And that he said needed to come out of, he said it actually goes as far as, because he's appointed, the truck that we buy for the highway superintendent is supposed to also come out of general. But that is it. The highway superintendent, his training, his boots, his stuff, and then the stuff that you would deem an asset. So fixing the building.
So let's make a decision moving forward, because we do
Well, we
have a
gotta
brand
figure
new superintendent.
And he
Where
does
we
not-
wanna
line or
take
something.
toilet paper, grease, hand things, paper towels, all that
Um,
general stuff that's used in the garage.
But it's not just used specifically for snow or brush and weed.
It's
or
for, it's
equipment,
for
everything.
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 It's everything.
Yeah.
So do we take it out of the because I screwed up that general fund. Bad.
Can
I
you
cut
put
it back.
miscellaneous? Can you put miscellaneous?
And we put it back into the general fund and leave it there. Because let's say they're working on equipment, they gotta wash their hands, it's still highway. You know, I would consider, my hands are greasy because I just greased the truck, or I just greased the mower, or I
Put
just greased the.
Highway miscellaneous?
But you have to, yeah, the comptroller has to have a line, so it has to have a number.
And I don't wanna put any more lines in because,
Right, so our option is either garage contractual expense, which is what we have it decided here, or it comes out of general repairs
Repairs.
contractual expense. Where would you like to see it from, John?
what do you think would be easiest?
Probably general repairs.
Out Okay, somebody tell me what number that is.
BB 5110.4.
51.
10.4.
That kind of, you know,
Okay, so this,
Some of that
and what will
grease
that
and-
amount? I'm gonna change this PO. And that'll be those four, the 7624, correct?
Yeah,
The
sorry,
70.
I had to think.
Well, wait, what is this other one coming? Is that coming out of the same one? No, the next one is coming out of the machine equipment, the 4346. What was that one for? And I think that's what Dan used
It's
to do.
equipment filters and I think an air filter and something else for a piece of equipment. So it'd be machinery.
Yeah, it was engine oil filter and air filter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Machinery.
All right, so this one doesn't need a PO. The DB 51104 is gonna be 7624. This one has a PO. This one needs a PO, and then we need a PO for 4346, and that's gonna come out of line 5130.4 machine contractual,
And
correct?
these are all Gillies?
These are all
Yeah,
under
they're all
Gillis, so you
Gillis.
just need to make two
So
more
really,
POs.
Gillies already has a 5130.4 for 368.
Yep.
So 368 just has to be changed to 4346.
Yes,
Okay.
and then we need to add,
Then we need to add, so I'm gonna erase this one. So then we need to add the 249 to 5130.2 and the 7624 to 51104, 5110.4.
That, I did that PO, I just changed that one to that. So you need the machine equipment for the 4346 and the buying the, whatever that jack thing was done.
Okay.
So I put notes on that. All right, so write that on his cheat sheet.
I've got it noted
Okay,
here.
good girl. All right, what's the next one?
Let me finish writing this one first.
All right, so
Please.
do we need to change the abstract on any of this?
I'm figuring that out right
Okay,
now.
thank you.
So it's all still under this
When
one.
she's doing that, look up this one for brush and weed, this nine sticker, no,
Yeah.
Nobi?
It's not-
I've never heard of that one.
That is the company that he got filters for at a state bid.
Okay, okay. But
How's that work for you, that I remembered
that
that?
should come out of,
Let me find it.
that
What's the
should
name
come
of the
out of brush
company?
and weed.
What are the filters for though? Mowers or?
I thought the.
Here we go again!
a
Because they
state
use
bid,
brush and
those
weeds, that's why I'm
filters-
asking.
No, because those filters were meant, he wanted to get those filters. Now, there may be filters in there that are for
Okay, listen,
lawnmowers.
there's
but there's-
prime engine air filter elements,
Oh my God.
sec engine air filter element, oil filter, cab refresh air filter, hydraulic, oil filter, filter electric. This
okay,
should all
that's
be under machine
right,
equipment
that's all the-
contractual.
It's all the equipment that's not, has nothing to do with brush and weed.
So this one's,
Machinery.
so he put it under brush and weeds?
Every one of them memorized.
What one are we looking at now? I'm so lost.
This is the
And then
Cindy Sticker, no,
Nobi, I guess.
Cindy
Nobi.
Stricker knob?
yeah.
That what it is,
I
now?
can't even see it unless
Right,
one
is it
is.
Nabi?
It's knob.
No,
I
it's
would have said no.
It has to be.
I would, to me, 90, I said.
Nabi, it's Nabi.
So it's staying in there, it just has to change.
Sorry, everybody
Yeah.
who's watching. We got a new highway superintendent and we're trying to figure it out ourselves.
Okay, so we're changing that from 5140.4 to 5130.4.
Okay, so it's DB 5130.4.
Correct.
And so that will be, so, and then, so we just, someone's gotta go over this with,
I'll give Debbie a copy of my stuff.
Oh, I've got everything. I've already got the total for you guys.
no, just so for Jason.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I can help him too because we want to make sure, if you're doing his cheat sheet there, we want to make sure it also
Well,
talks
it's for
about
us,
the
because I
statements.
used the cheat sheet when I signed the things. I don't know what this stuff is.
Yeah, whatever you want me to add on the statements, let me know.
I
Yeah, 'cause
hate
we did
that.
it on the one he has and he's already making notes, so we'll have him bring his in and just compare.
I hate that. I don't know, like they put this is a F2, what is it? I don't know what that F2 invoice is. I called that guy today that called and we didn't pay it. I don't know what it is. The guy that works for the company didn't know what the number was.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God.
So, okay, what's the next one? We good?
Oh, my God. I had I think a question on Kimball Midwest.
All right, let me find it.
Yeah, how is paint and cleaner for road repairs?
Depends on if it's spray paint or, oh, I forgot to ask if they're gonna do those lines at Millbrook.
Before we,
They
Made
painted
our
roads, he
changes.
told me.
what?
We asked him what it was and he said he painted roads.
Okay,
Okay, so that one's good.
fine.
Good.
Anyways, before we changed our minds on our cheat sheet here, It would have been garage contractual if it was like
Real
Frank
thing.
proposed.
Right.
Okay. Oh, boy. Good. Are we done with D?
I'm figuring it out.
No, but we don't have any more questions for whatever this one we've just done DB.
I just said I'm figuring it out, Wendy, you're killing me.
Okay.
Evening Sun, we decided to leave where it was, right?
Yeah, 'cause I think it was just an error on,
Yes, yeah, I signed it.
it was a human error.
Okay,
For
1,
several.
4, 3, 2, 3, 0, 5, plus 4, 39.
That's why you gotta be here, Deb. You don't understand us.
No.
We don't understand.
You don't understand us.
All right, so our revised total for DB fund, I have $14,762.13.
We agree.
Beautiful.
Great. All
Love
right.
to hear it.
Perfect.
First time in history.
What was it?
No, just in a little while.
14,000 what?
14,762.13.
13 cents. Okay. And then Deb, if you call Interstate tomorrow, tell them to email. Because I asked them if they had your email and they did. So have Interstate email you or Jason the statements so that we're not crossing over in the mail.
They do.
They email them to you already? Because that's the one what was submitted was.
Not NAPA, the other one. Interstate.
Interstate.
Billing Utica Mac.
Because we only had February's, we didn't have March's in here. They emailed it to me today.
It's dead,
They all get printed and put in highways mailbox.
just like me.
I take an hour in the morning in my email because I have Reese Marshall, I have Napa, I have
Oh, because
Interstate.
I don't know why we're a
I
month
have
behind
one
on
more.
that, because I thought it was because she doesn't mail them and they're crossing over in the mail.
Well,
But she
That's
told me,
one
she goes,
more.
if you don't want them mailed, we'll email them. And I said,
I'll double check, but I'm almost positive that they're
Okay.
the ones that we,
that's the Utica Mac Interstate.
yeah, I'll have
Okay.
to double check.
okay, general fund revised total, I have $32,120.07.
What did we take out of there?
I have that we're taking out 54 cents for Axon,
32,000.
taking out Utica Max
Oh,
119.98.
I didn't hear her.
I was on the opposite side of the page, I didn't realize it was a two-pager.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Do you want me to keep going?
No.
54 cents,
Uh-huh,
taken away for Axon, we're taking away card members 231 and
Yeah, that
Interstate
was my fault,
119.98.
That's
because I gave permission for that. I blame that one on me.
so I had 32,120.07.
We got it.
32,000.
120.07.
0.07.
Okay.
All right, what was the other one you took out of that one? Utica?
Axon, 54 cents per
Oh,
member.
yeah, I did that one. But
Utica
the card
Mac,
member-
Utica Mac and card member services is so called.
You got
Utica
it?
Mac is the interstate.
Yeah,
That's, I couldn't find it. Okay,
Yes.
minus. Okay,
okay, DA.
Okay, that-
do we have that folder? Do we have
This
to
one's
do?
easy, this one's easy.
Okay,
Okay, we have, a clerical error on United Refining. I think it was just a typo. We need to add 3 cents.
How much is
Shut
that?
it down.
Listen, I
Before
got,
you get too far, for Windsor, I had a question. Windsor is the reflective conspicuity tape.
I asked them.
What did
They
that go
put it
on?
on the plows, the trucks, and the trailers.
Okay, so should that be,
They do it in the winter time for visibility. It's going on the plows, which should be DA.
okay,
Works for me.
what do you say, John?
if it's going on the winter plows, yeah, okay, I'm flying. I'm thinking DB, but the winter
What
is
do I
DA.
think?
Winter is DA.
Whether they need it or not, you mean?
No, I think,
It's
I'm
reflective.
asking,
change.
is
Yeah.
that the correct?
That's correct, yes,
Okay.
yes, sorry.
All right, listen, I
Okay,
have a,
because I thought it was, if it's going on equipment, shouldn't it be DB 5130.2?
That same equipment,
but it's for
Because
snow
that-
plows, going on
But that
snow plows.
equipment gets used all year, because it goes on trucks, right?
yeah, but the,
The plows
only the
don't get
windshields, only the windshields, and the plows themselves come off the truck,
Uh-huh.
and the truck's only being used.
Right, but
So you wanna cut
didn't
it
we
in
say
half?
we put the tape
Get
on
rid
the
of
trucks?
it.
Didn't we say we put the tape on the
This is
trucks?
good.
I thought they said the trucks and trailers and the plows. They do it in the winter time for visibility.
If it's going on the trucks and trailers and the plows, I think it should come out of machinery and equipment contractual.
But if it has to do with the plow, it really should be DA.
I mean, the plow is gonna be a
Both.
partial, and we don't know how many feet of tape.
Oh my
it
god, the
was.
plow would be a lot.
So,
That's a big plows.
so do you wanna put it to,
Winter,
you tell me,
put it under winter.
okay, winter it
Because
is.
I would say they're using it more in the winter than they are in the
Yeah,
summer.
and you're
There you
putting
go.
away most of it.
There you go.
Okay, so the revised total, in case anybody needs it, $43, $43,000. Oh God, you're killing me, 43,050.10.
Okay, I got it. Never
Can I
mind,
get
got
my
it.
sheet before you start rattling numbers?
No,
Oh, God.
that's up.
What is it?
43, you can't add
Oh,
3 cents to that one?
Oh, so it's 10 cents?
I'm getting mad.
Okay, wait.
Uh,
I'm so silly. I'm writing it on these things that go in these. But I don't know what happened. This one, I can't find the purchase order.
well, you know that.
Allegiant. No, it's already
It's
signed.
on it.
No, it is.
Wendy, that front sheet is the voucher.
It is from them. That is a
Oh, I'm looking for the little tag and I'm looking all over like it fell off.
When you're-
I'm
It's almost
tired.
9:30.
We
She's
still need to
done.
go into executive session.
We might have to cancel it tonight, so.
Okay, I got a question on HAF. Is that the right line?
What's
Where
H?
are we?
I don't know where we
We're in
are.
TOB now.
Oh,
So sorry.
Got it.
Yes, that is the right line.
Okay, because I don't remember it saying that.
It's
before.
professional services.
Okay,
Does it,
Fine.
does it say professional
it
services?
says other government support.
you guys changed it.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Okay.
for professional.
That's,
That's-
easy peasy, moving on, TOB is beautiful.
We're good.
So, SL Lighting District,
That was good,
Okay.
right?
NICEAG had a clerical error. Instead of 287.27 it should be 287.21.
I didn't see that on that.
Unless I'm blind.
I honestly, I looked at that and I
You're
did not
wearing your
see that.
glasses.
Ladies,
Which one? 162.28, 162.28.
287.
21?
9:30,
So what's the total?
The bill's 21.
No. It's 21 and then what's here?
21,
And then what's under extra?
27. Oh, good job, typo.
Okay.
You just saved us 6 cents.
Wow.
Good girl, good girl.
Okay, so for
taxpayers
those
are
tracking,
proud.
the revised total
9:30 to
is
do it.
It's like we
449.
just spent a full $1 in electric for that 6 cents. Keep it on like that.
The revised total is 449.49.
Okay.
Okay, South Blue Rowan Water District. I don't have any fishermen with it.
A lot of that is, I just want to tell you, is a lot of ARPA stuff that we bought with
Yeah, I saw
ARPA.
the argument, so.
Oh, excuse me, yes, I do have something for
Of
water.
course you do.
Of course you do, Sarah.
Sorry.
The only question on that, it's not on, we didn't have an invoice, so it was not on the statement. We called them. They do charge service charges, but one time they will waive it as courtesy.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
talking about EJP? Okay.
But
Oh, Debbie, yeah, good. I
They
forgot I had
will,
that question.
in the future, put the service charges on there and not waive them. But they're not on this bill, so we don't have to change anything.
Oh.
It was just on the statement with no invoice.
Okay, one more question. W2O on card member services,
Training,
training for what?
Matt went to training. That's W2O.
Okay, it just doesn't say on the bill what it's for. Which by law, we're required to have it say what it's for.
That's why we staple it right to it. So
Yeah,
that
but it doesn't say anything. It just says $70.
W2O doesn't show that it's training?
No, it says, invoice number 9865, 410, $70.
Oh,
Memo, doesn't say anything.
sorry. I didn't realize that was his,
And then it says on the NBT statement, it says W2 operator training. On the card member services.
That's funny.
I'll write it on here, training.
It's funny that it's on the card,
But not on their,
Yeah,
their invoice.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's it.
Oh,
That's
we
all
having
the
fun?
lights I had.
Oh my gosh, please.
Thank you so much. Okay, now we need the resolution. right?
Yep, I
I
do.
don't even
I don't have one either.
I have none with mailboxes.
When?
I have,
Tony wasn't in the packet.
Where even
know. I will get it. for you.
I have, well, do you wanna,
Yep.
oh, did you make copies or you wanna make copies?
No, it's in everyone's mailbox.
Oh, you're in,
Yeah.
okay.
where
You
are
should have gotten me. The resolution
Yeah,
20.
you just picked up
Approval
yours.
of the vouchers and abstracts.
Yeah, we still good.
Yeah,
We're not done yet. Relax. You better go order dinner.
yeah, good job, because clearly BLTs is not happening tonight.
That's
You don't
funny, because
say.
that's what I wanted tonight.
And
Oh my
VH
God,
isn't
I
open.
totally forgot
We
to
got
bring
pretzel
this up.
buns.
and-
Mine is popcorn. Does anybody want some popcorn? I made it before I left home.
That's not good for, or for your belly.
No?
For the diverticulitis.
Same. That'll
Yeah,
try
that's out. I don't have faith.
Okay, all right, so
Okay,
Sarah,
yeah.
can I just review this? The South Madrone water is gonna be 449. It was minus 6
Point
cents.
49.
What was it?
449.49.
0.49.
That's South Madrone lighting.
Lighting,
Yeah.
What is she
talking
about?
I'm sorry, lighting, sorry.
Yeah.
And then TOV was the,
We're gonna go over it in a second.
okay. Oh, I gotta write them on here.
Thank you. Can I have a new one? Because it looks like I don't know what I'm doing. Just want to let you know, I crossed off.
Listen, at least we're having, laughing about it, come on.
Otherwise, we're gonna cry.
Okay, do you want me to introduce us?
You go for it. You got all the numbers.
Fabulous. Resolution number 22 of 2025 authorization to pay the audited vouchers. Be it resolved hereby authorizing the supervisor to pay the following audited vouchers. General fund, $32,120.07. We're gonna go out of order. DA fund, $43,050.10. The DB fund, $14,762.13.
Wait, 14.7,
62.13.
okay.
The TOV fund, $1,090. The SL Lighting District Fund, $449.49. And the SW Water Fund, $21,763.95. Resolution introduced by Sarah Whale-Bright.
Hit me with that water one again. I'm delirious.
$21,763.95.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Okay, that's done. Can I have another paper?
No,
cut?
that's not
I
done.
second
Give me
it.
a
I-
second.
Okay,
April
April,
seconds it, there we go.
Okay. And then, Parks,
Yes.
Stockwell's absent. Reifenberg,
Yes.
Wells Ray,
yes.
Christian.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
Not enough room to write my little notes on here.
Wow, that one was tough. But thank you, everybody, for your diligence on it.
A plus.
Okay, balance sheet. Is everybody okay with the balance sheet?
It's beautiful. Let's move on.
Okay. Okay, the financial reports,
Also beautiful.
okay. I'm going to, the
That means
revolving.
Sarah's, motioning, who's seconded
I
to
did.
accept all those, John?
I did, yep.
Everybody already said they were in favor, so go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. We gotta table the harassment policy because we had 3 pages that were left to type. It's pretty intense.
Good.
And we're getting there. We worked on it until late the other,
Yeah,
we got 3 pages left to correct and type.
and
So,
then we're going to need some input from our attorney on what was that section?
well, we'll let everybody look at it and then we'll send it.
Yeah, but there's like one whole section that we're not even gonna mess with, we're gonna get information. from the attorney.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Because it wasn't retaliation.
I can't remember what it was, you put no.
What is it when you refute it?
Rebuttal?
Appeal?
When you're.
An appeal, if you're, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's
we
for
had
the
left
healing
that kind of
process.
open, because we
Right.
didn't know how,
don't even know where to start with that, so. Everything else, we've pretty well fleshed out.
Okay, new business. I need a motion to accept Joseph Thomas's resignation.
Move it.
John, second. April, sorry. All in favor? Aye. Any questions?
No.
I need, we did get this, right?
Mhm.
Okay. I need a
Yeah, I think
motion to, accept Paul Button's resignation.
Move it.
John, second.
Sarah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any questions? I need a motion to accept the new hire of Tony Christian.
Can we add the new two of them? We just hired two. new ones.
Okay,
They
comma.
started,
Okay. All right, so we're gonna make a motion
Richard
to
Simmons.
Tony Christian.
yep, Richard Simmons.
I couldn't
is that
remember.
really a name?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I just thought
Is it
that.
Simmons or Simons?
Simmons. I always say Simons, but.
But it
I
is
did say right
Simmons?
this time.
Okay.
Don't get me confused.
All right, and then who's the
And-
other person?
Jacob Eichholzer.
I hope
Oh.
so.
Now, he won't start until,
Can you
what's
spell
the
that?
date here? April?
H, oh,
EIHOLZER.
yeah,
D?
You know,
no.
Z,
EIHOLZER.
E-I.
I was like, I older?
He starts the 28th of April.
4/28, just for Jacob?
Just for
Yeah.
Jacob, yes.
And Simmons was,
Simmons, he started today.
4/14,
and Tony Christian's 3/31.
correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay,
All right, now motion.
I make a motion.
okay, April, second.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Sarah,
Yeah, Sarah.
Okay.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I thought we did this at the special meeting.
I think you just had it on there, you wanted it. I
Oh,
don't know why.
announced, do we need to motion it again?
I don't think so,
I don't
'cause
think
it
we
was
did
already in there.
Okay, that's just announced that we did hire Jason Joy as the new superintendent.
You did?
Okay, dam update. I will tell you that, I got a quote from Barton and LaJudas, for 19,000. But I'm gonna send an email back because the quote that they gave me, it's 10,000 for the engineering, it's 9,000 for to go up and do the spoon testing. What they're not doing is he's not following what the EAP, what was recommended that needs to be done is the drilling and putting, I can't remember the verbiage. It's something with a P, that you leave these cylinders and they fill it, it's like a thing that they can always test the thing, and Parmeter or something they're called. And he didn't put that in the budget, he didn't put that in the price. So I want to confirm with him, and I also-
Drill, and you put them down in there and leave them there?
you leave them there and they have to be tested to check for leaks.
Definitely ask them about that, because they're
It's-
the company that did our last one, and there was a reason that they did not.
There was
And
something.
There
Well-
was a reason that they said that it didn't need to be drilled and it could not be.
Well, that's why they won't accept our EAP.
I thought they wouldn't accept it because the reporting didn't get finished.
They won't accept it because these are not,
Drilled.
it hasn't been drilled, it hasn't been core sampled. They are doing it and they're arguing, whatever they're saying that the soil is, the office that's wouldn't accept it is saying they don't believe that the soil, what they're saying that they built the dam with is not correct from their soil samples. So that being said, I have all the lists, and I sent him the list of what has to be done to get us compliant and to get us for the new one.
Yes.
Barton and Judas was taking forever, so I emailed the company that didn't accept, and I said, can you send me a list of engineers that do what these EA testing? So because I think in my mindset, we've already done the engineering part of it. It would be cheaper probably to hire Barton LaJudas to do it, to finish it, because I think if we complete the first one, the second one will be easier because it's what we're missing from the first one that we have to do again for the second one. But they didn't put everything in, like it's very, and I talked to somebody about it, they're like, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. Did you send him the letter? Did he read it? So just like when we voted on this, the apples to oranges, we had one that was gonna do it, and it was a lot more money. We picked Barton LaJudas, but they didn't accept it. So maybe in the long run, we should have went with the more money to have it done right. So that being said, I texted the guy he gave me a whole list. I gotta look at it. I'm trying to do by closest and by reputation and get some more estimates because we have to get this started. I had to email him again. I said, I haven't heard from you. I need to get this started this year because it takes like 2 years for you guys to complete it. And we're already behind a year, so I'm still working on that. So that's the update on the dam, but I am diligently working on it.
Good.
The South New Berlin letter was added, that was the sent out for the water, that we changed the standard billing to the 125. The Millbrook change in managers, we talked about that during Millbrook. And the beach attendant applications, we have a bunch from Indeed.
Okay.
I do want to tell you that I didn't add in with Millbrook at county, and I brought this resolution on the Cook Bark at county changed their rates. They do seasonals, but their campsites, camper site with water and electric is $50. Water only, oh, these are seasonal. Do they have it without? Tent lean-to sites are $30. They do kayak runs, pavilions. Day use $300, hourly $80 an hour. And I think, and what are we?
Less than that.
So I brought this for FYI, so you can look at it. They do seasonals. Their seasonal waterfront site with water and electric is $1,500 a year. Season interior, that's on the water. Seasonal interior site with water and electric's $13.
It's real cheap.
Seasonal tent site,
Most of them are like 28.
Yeah.
Or better.
so I just brought that for FYI, and I forgot to bring it up. The correspondence, we got a letter from Barton and LaJudas. I don't know if you got copies of it. We were gonna set it on the table.
I set it on the table.
And that's for the village thing. They did some changes on their water thing. They had to notify us.
Okay.
Okay? Any other town business anybody's got?
Did Jason take the other phone or is he gonna use his own phone?
I forgot to ask him if he wanted, but I
He said
never
he didn't want
asked
to
him.
have-
The only thing he said was today I got a call for highway. I explained to them that we're getting new phones and that's why the phone isn't working down there. And I said, but let me talk to the new highway superintendent about his phones. I always ask before I give someone's cell number. I said, but in the meantime, give me your name and number. And then I messaged Jason and said, is this an okay number to give out? And here is a message that I took today. He said, yes, this number is good. So it sounds to me like he's using his own.
Okay, all I know is the same phone that you have here, is the same kind of phone he has.
So we can give it to him because we haven't shut it off yet. We're
Well,
paying
if he
for it.
wants to use it, otherwise he's gonna use this phone. And if he is, then we need to.
Well, I think if he's gonna use his phone, because I said this to Brad, I thought we should have given Brandon a stipend, but we bought Brandon a phone, then he didn't want to have the phone, and we're still paying for the phone, so we switched it to Millbrook to pay for it now. So
So we're not paying for it now, so.
But no, we're gonna.
No, not highway.
No, highway's not, but we have the other phone that we haven't shut off yet. So do we want to give Jason that phone? It's
I don't know if you want it.
it's-
What
We
I'm
haven't
saying.
shut that phone off yet?
No,
Vince-
because
Vince
we
made
have to pay off the other, we switched it and they will not shut it off until we pay the contract out.
'Cause
I
I
thought we were
know,
going to do that though.
I,
They said no.
no, they won't let us pay it off. That's what she said. We can
No,
shut it
they
off.
won't let us
Shut it.
shut the phone without paying the other phone off. And
Right,
Jamie
No,
even
that's
tracked
what
them
I'm
down
saying.
and said, but this follows the phone.
right.
And they said, nope, it follows the contract.
So I talked to you guys about it individually. Can we make a motion to pay that phone off?
Yeah, I thought we already.
No, we
Talked
just
about
talked
that.
about it. We didn't bring it up at a board meeting.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah,
how much is it? It's not even,
It's gonna be 300 and some bucks.
it's not even enough to have to do a motion.
All right.
We could just pay it.
And you end up paying it more in the end run. because
Yeah,
you're
so
paying
get the
taxes on it.
buyout, get the payoff and pay it.
that's your, no, you can get that.
Okay, so we don't need a motion, so we're gonna pay it off. But could you will you text him or one of you
I
guys?
kind of thought he wanted to use his own phone. so.
It sounded like that to me today as well when I asked him.
So if that is the case, then we can shut off that phone, or we have a spare phone.
Yep,
You
just
can
here in
save
case
for
need
that,
be.
or no?
Huh?
You
I think we should give him a stipend for using his own phone if we're not gonna pay for a phone.
The only problem with when you start to do that is if his phone breaks, something happens to his phone and now he doesn't have a number for anybody to contact.
God, now we're getting into the technology.
I know, I'm just saying, are we
So
responsible to
so
give him
should
a
we
new
give
phone?
him the phone?
I-
Wouldn't it be easier?
No,
You know, that's just too.
No, because then he's gonna carry 2 phones.
If he's choosing to
Hey.
use his phone, that's his choice.
He carries 2 phones.
I carry 2 phones.
I have 2
did
phones
for a
for
long
work
time,
too,
too.
but I forget one of them half the time, so.
If you guys are doing stipend, talk to me. 'Cause I pay a whole bill for a whole
Yeah.
second phone.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't think
Well,
we
leave
should
him alone if
be.
you don't care. If he wants to use his own.
If he wants to
phone.
use his own, that's his choice.
Well, ask him, tell him we have
I
a
will ask,
phone
yeah.
that is available,
Yeah.
and then, and so his personal number isn't being given out.
Alright.
And it's already hooked up, it's an Android phone, we have it.
now listen, there is another thing for on that. We could pay for the plan, put a secondary SIM on his phone, where he would receive calls and texts to and from.
Like we forward that phone to this phone?
No, doesn't work
No?
like that. It's a second phone number on the same device
Oh, really?
that we would pay for, and you wouldn't have to carry a second phone.
You're paying
Come
for the
right
phone
out of his
anyway,
phone.
you're saying. Right.
But if he's having an interesting Friday and doesn't know what number is calling in, then I would
Do you think we should have a second?
If he doesn't, no, he
I
can
mean,
have a
it's not
choice.
gonna
If he's not gonna
matter
carry
anyway,
it, that's
because
fine,
ask
but
him.
just.
If he doesn't want it, cancel
We're
it.
The
gonna
only
open up a
problem he
whole
needs to
can of
know-
beans.
with using his own is that his own phone is subject to FOIL.
Yep.
At the drop of a dime, if somebody came in and said, I am FOIling, within 5 days, he's gotta hand his personal cell phone over.
Mhm.
So talk to him, because we have a phone.
Okay.
Just awful that you gotta carry 2.
The chance that someone's gonna FOIL a highway phone is
Minimal.
very
Okay.
minimal.
I got 10 minutes.
Okay, I was gonna go into executive about union contract. I kind of do, but I don't know what time it is. And then I know,
When's the next meeting we're having with them? April 20. What was it?
My birthday, 25th.
Isn't something else 425 on here?
28.
Oh, 28, he starts.
In May. We go into
I
May.
thought it was in the May.
We may go into May.
Let me look in there.
We have to pick,
Oh, we have to pick?
yeah, so I put numbers on the back of these. So if you could just put your top 2, the first choice and second choice, on a piece of sticky, I got stickies,
Oh, I got a sheet of paper.
or paper, whatever,
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't
and then we
remember
can
my
figure out from there.
What is that for?
The town seal, the kids that we had,
In my head, I already know my one, so I'll be pretty
yeah,
quick.
there's 26 entries.
I know my one, I just have to pick a number 2.
I know my one, I just have to pick them.
I don't know the number.
You want my number one? I just numbered them on the back so we have an idea.
John, it's, yeah, we don't have.
You're, oh, good, you're doing it. You're right down,
Yeah,
everybody's
can I-
perfect, 'cause.
Can I look at them?
No,
Okay.
just pick a number.
Just pick it.
So we can't really tell someone, I really like your art if you remove it, if you alter your art.
Well, I mean, if we come down to those 1 and 2 and we want them to clean it up a little bit, I guess we could, but.
So then I'm not gonna go for the one, because it's actual objects. Seven,
Yeah, I like that one.
And that's your number 1?
I like
What's that?
Your number 1 is 7?
7 and
Put the word there.
25. Somebody pick this one. You did one already,
I
right?
did one.
No, you did
I
this one.
haven't done. Bill, this one.
Just the last one that was in my hand.
Oh.
He hasn't picked a second one yet, so.
Not bad, really.
Well, give me the
No, I
ones
know,
here to
and
look
when you
at.
look at it from afar,
I think if
Did
she
you look
cleans
at
up a
this
little
one?
bit, right?
That
I
one
like
is,
that one.
Where's the number?
I would give
on the
me,
back of them.
put me down for that one. And this, I like this one really.
I do too. I
Is
do,
that
but
one
I
or
picked a
two?
different one.
Two.
19.
That's one. I'm done. I know how to
You already
do
have
that.
his other one,
Not
right?
yet.
Oh,
It was
sorry.
that one, right?
Yeah. Okay, so now we can hit all of them.
Did you look at all of them?
Cool. Sorry,
That's okay.
gotta go through. Nope, nope, nope. I like the date on there. I like the date. Oh,
The
that
date's
corn,
supposed to be 1807, they have to fix the date.
1806.
Each one of them, somebody must have, because every one of them had the wrong date and then they fixed it.
That one's got the right date.
Oh my, it was one of our late ones that
I
just came
like
in.
that too. But that was bigger. Inside there, I guess.
Hey, put this is,
All right.
Kay
I think
Miller
I-
at Eve's
I know
son,
what I wanted.
is who
You staying with the ones we
we got
got?
contact, so I
All
don't.
right,
What do you
who's
got,
next?
Rachel?
You guys are
Oh, I'm
next.
good. Okay, wait.
Did you already do
Oops,
it?
sorry,
Well, I
did you
haven't-
go over? I'm sorry.
I'm patiently waiting my turn.
I don't know, well,
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go through this here again, just to make sure.
Now, are you leaving them as is, or you're gonna ask them to clean them up? Or you gonna have an artist take theirs and do it? Or a graphic company and take theirs and do
I
it?
mean, the graphic company's gonna make changes to it. regardless.
Right,
So
yeah, they're gonna
difference.
modify it a little bit, but nothing horrible.
It's not gonna be a drastic difference.
Are we
No.
doing them in black and white, or are we doing them in color?
Well, I
Up to
think,
us, Whatever we want.
right,
Well, that's what I'm asking before I pick.
well, I think
might
if we
pick
don't
us
do
of
that
color.
in color, we're gonna have a problem.
Personally, I think it should be in color, it looks more professional.
Color costs more money.
It does, but it
Let me see that one.
You can still use the same file in black and
I like
white
that
on
one. It's-
some
I do
This
things.
too,
was
there's something
bigger. I
about
think-
it.
I thought that should be bigger. And then with the corn or whatever. That's all.
But it doesn't, part of the thing is we wanted it to incorporate, which, I mean, I guess it does, if you think about it, but it incorporate the town.
The whole town. Well, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this
That's what I'm
one,
saying, New
this
Orleans.
just got the Millbrook, but really, but
Yeah, true. Now you make me think.
well, you could say that it's on,
it could be everything, could be, yeah.
Oh, this is mine.
I don't even know what that is.
Some of them I didn't even,
Fish. You make a fish, isn't it?
I like this one, but I don't like that. I don't know if we could ask them to take that out.
Hmm.
Yeah, there you go, just crush your kids' hopes and dreams.
but what,
No, I-
what
Crush his
building is
dream.
that though?
Crush his
I have no idea, but I just like it. I like
Right,
the
yeah.
whole thing of it.
Your vote's been cast.
I know.
That's it, we're done.
That's why I should keep looking.
This one, this one. Oh, it's a village and a river.
I don't think you meant to give me this part.
I like it a little bit, not much, but.
Yeah, it just seems weird that they, like they're in high school now,
I
now
know
they're colored in the
this is-
lines.
Yeah, yeah, you did say that within the line.
Sorry.
That's what we're.
Actually, wait, my curve here, let me see
These
those.
two.
So far, there was one that had 2 votes. Where are we? Oh, no one else voted.
Wait
We're
until the
getting
polls are closed.
I tell you, I just have a feeling right now.
No, yeah, if it's a town in New Berlin, because it's got,
Yep.
New Berlin's got Shenango, it's got all the buildings.
I liked it. It was just a little piece.
Is that one that I haven't looked at yet?
That one too, okay, right?
No, I didn't say, I gave her the ones I looked at.
This one. No, these 2 are mine.
Oh, God, no, that's something, 'cause I have really did like that one, but I was kind of leaning toward the other two a little bit more, but I did
I
really
feel
like
like
that.
these are repeats. Don't we have a bunch of those kind?
Well, it's very similar, yeah. And I was trying to get away from some of the digital. The nice thing about the digital is it's crisper and cleaner,
Yeah,
but then it's not, you're taking away from an
personal.
artistic,
Right.
they're,
That's your first.
What is this building that everybody's doing?
I think
I don't
they're
know if it's
doing the
preferred
preferred manner.
manner.
yeah.
Think so?
That's what I'm thinking that they're all doing. Preferred manner, and then,
That's cute.
Want any more?
what is the other one that I kept
Cute.
thinking about?
Yeah,
This
cute.
corner one. Do you think that's preferred manner or the old bank? That one right there reminds me of the old bank.
Didn't I already look at these ones?
Well, I'm handing in, I had a bunch that I'm still looking at.
Did you get April's numbers?
No, I didn't.
April is, do you have what's your number one and your number two?
Number one, number two.
19,
I think
And-
you got this.
25.
Oh, I think we have a one.
Oh, yeah, I think we already have our winner.
Okay.
Now I might be
Yeah.
sad that we
We're
have a
done
winner
with
because
these
I'm like
ones?
3 of them now.
Roy's not here. I'm gonna call him.
I don't know if he's back yet. I haven't heard from him.
You need all of
We've
them?
already, you've already
No,
looked
I
at
didn't,
those.
I didn't, those two were over here.
These two are?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were over here. I hadn't been to sign.
Oh,
It goes with that.
this goes with these.
Yes.
I like how this one didn't even say, well, New Berlin's up there, but Town Hall 1341.
I really did this, but I wish it was cleaned up.
That's the hardest part about that, and it's just, it just seems to, needs color, it
I'm
needs more.
thinking
Yeah.
on that one, if it got sent somewhere, it would be cleaned up. That's why I
Yeah.
chose that one.
I don't know. where we
I
end up
gotta
sending
tell you,
it.
I like this because it's very simple.
I don't know, that looks like
A butt.
a button.
Thank you.
I thought so too. I look at that and go.
You know, that's all I can.
Oh,
I just liked it because it said it has a cornfield, it has rolling hills, and it has water, and it has the sun, and it's the sky, and it's got a tractor.
Showing my age, I guess, I don't.
you can.
And I really, I kind of dig this one because it's simple,
What's that one?
the mountain.
But it doesn't,
But I think I would like it in color.
right.
I think that reminds me of, Utah.
It doesn't seem like here.
Yeah, it just seems.
It's
No,
It
I'm
is very
trying to
nice.
windmill my
Rockies.
pile down. These were the ones I liked, and I'm
All
trying
right,
to.
all right, that's fine, I'm just checking.
Can't breathe.
Is this any particular mountain?
I agree with you. I wish this was bigger, and I wish it said New Berlin under it.
I mean, we can't ask them to do that.
If we
No.
pick a design and we want them to make a little bit of modifications, I would think. it
That's
would
what
be
I'm
okay.
saying. we
But I
could do-
wouldn't do a huge modification.
Right,
Because
like
then
this
I
one-
take it away from somebody else.
Like
too.
this one, it has to be cleaned up because of, the lines in the paper. That's all, because it won't print nice. It needs
Well,
to
But I
be-
think if we send it somewhere, they will.
We'll
Right.
clean that up. Right.
And if we
Notice.
did something like this where it's these digital graphics, they wouldn't be able to use these exact graphics anyways because of copyright laws.
Oh, so it needs to be,
It would have to be changed, it would
Jeez,
have the same
I-
essence, but it would have to be changed.
I'm a tie with these two. I don't,
We don't need your vote.
yeah, I'm gonna go 1, 2.
There you go.
Okay,
I just think the simpler,
Mhm.
yeah, that's clear winner.
Yeah, those seem to be the ones in the running all. Come on, Sarah.
are we tied or no?
Y'all are killing me.
Are we gonna agree again? We might agree.
We
again.
might be onto something.
That's not good. We'll
Okay,
start agreeing.
listen, so all I will say is we are meeting on May 21st. So that will be better.
Right. we
but
can
John-
talk- We can talk the next board meeting.
If there is a tie, we can ask Roy to
Be the
look at them.
tiebreaker. But John, I do want to sit with you because I have gone through some other ones and there's some major verbiage. I need a
Oh, yeah,
volunteer.
that's funny.
I need a
understand that.
volunteer to type. I need someone to volunteer to type.
Too bad I don't know anybody who can type.
So what we come up with?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for number 25.
Which is what?
This one.
That's the winner. Who's the name on that?
Lillian?
Find her.
It's clean, I mean, I really dig the other one too, I'm
What is
just
this on
worried.
the front?
Lillian Phillips?
Signature probably in this.
Is that, that's pretty.
We need, like you're saying, but we need to,
Right.
contract, to know what we're
All
feeling.
right, I need to take pictures of
Make
that
sure
and
you
this
two
and then
get that
send it to.
Okay, do we wanna know
Before
the
the
rest
next
of the
meeting.
votes, anybody?
Sure.
Before the next
Oh,
morning.
number 19 had 3 votes,
When do you have time to get?
and number 7
Don't have to be-
had 2 votes.
So, I mean, it
Wow,
really
we were
matters.
we were down to 3
Yeah.
for all 4 of us, yeah.
Here, do
I
you
would
want
when you
this
get
for
back.
your records, April?
Yeah, I'm gonna take pictures of,
Well, because we'd be first, second, and third place, there's only 3 selections.
okay. So I will get a
12 o'clock.
gift card for Amazon for next month.
Yeah, do you want me to give you money tonight?
No, you can give it to me next month. I'll get it.
And then will you?
I don't have Venmo. We were gonna do $100 gift card, right?
Yeah.
Facebook pay?
I don't do any of that because
What
I
you need?
got hacked
What?
and it was not good. It was,
Oh.
I'm
Well, there's
still
4 of us,
recovering.
6 of us.
It was
I'm
bad.
finally recovered from identity.
20
theft.
bucks.
20
Well,
bucks.
that's exactly, they ordered
10.
stuff from
Are we doing anything for second place?
eBay, all this
Well, I'm
stuff.
picking one, are we picking 2?
That's what
Are
I'm
we doing
asking.
anything for second and,
I wasn't. We were just doing first place.
I thought we just
are we doing a
agreed.
plaque too?
I don't know. I mean, I can just do a certificate and put it in.
That's what I thought we agreed
You know
on,
what
was a
would be-
certificate and the gift
I just
card.
gotta go and
I'd like
create
to give them
a
a free
colored one.
meal
You know what would be
brochure or
really
something.
nice is if on our certificate we put our final copy of the seal for them to keep.
You think we can get
How do
that?
we do
Gift card
that before
where?
May?
Who are we gonna have do it?
Just give them a letter that we will mail them.
Yeah,
the
who are we gonna
certificate.
have? Are we going to go to the printer in Edmiston to make that?
Okay, I guess I'm gonna be calling around to figure out what I can do.
Bishop Printing, that's who's our vendor.
He does an awful lot with that, but would somebody like, Prolific Sign or our other person who does our highway
In
t-shirts?
motion.
In Motion?
Emotion.
I don't
Those
know.
two
I
might
don't
be
know
able
if they
to
do-
crisp them.
Yeah, I don't know if they do graphic design or if they
That
just
would be nice
convert.
if I could get them to do something on
Ashley
Welch.
Welch
Yes.
does graphic design. because she
But I don't
does-
know if she can, maybe she can twist.
Oh,
it.
she can. Cause she does like the vinyl decals on the
Yeah,
Yeah,
trucks.
she's
and
done
stuff.
our fire trucks before.
Yeah,
All right.
So just some ideas for people who
I know.
can, maybe, because it's not really difficult, doesn't need a whole lot.
Yeah.
We picked a pretty crisp one.
yeah.
All right, let me,
Okay,
Figure it out.
we were saying something that.
I will search
Prolific,
something.
Ashley,
Yeah,
Bishop.
I will call
So
the school,
first-
I will let the school know who it was, so they know so that we can get that student here that day.
And now the high school doesn't do a morning thing or anything, right? That we
Morning
should go
program?
down and,
Morning announcements.
They do
No,
like,
we could do an end of the year thing though, if they're.
well, but when I did the thing, it was gonna be at our town board meeting
Okay,
in
so we'll
May.
have
So
time.
let's do it in May.
And then that's Kay Miller. I asked a supervisor today who I'd call for some good news. And that's the email I got.
Okay, can you snap a picture and send it to me or whatever?
Yeah, what did I do it? I wrote it on something from county.
Did we decide first, second, third place or?
We were
Just
just doing
first.
first, we were just doing first.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can get that student in here. I'll see if I can get a hold of the newspaper. I'll see what I can do about what it's gonna cost to do like a little print to start off with to give us an idea.
Well, they
And
should
then
be
I'll
able
get a
to
gift
do
card.
an SVG for us to put onto stuff.
Right.
And I think Teresa Clark wanted to donate.
She did, yeah.
Oh,
So
that's
whatever,
seven.
so if you get, whatever we get the gift card and maybe like a decal or something that we
Right.
can give her or
I
whatever.
think it'll be nice. It'll be nice.
Or
Go
more.
back in the minutes, did we decide that we weren't even gonna do an honorable mention? They're really making me second guess whether or not we decided we were
I
gonna do
don't
anything
remember.
for second and third.
I don't remember saying anything for second and third. Because I do remember just specifically
The
saying.
only
that we were
reason
gonna
I was
get that.
asking is because of how the votes were. We were very much on.
On only
these
Yeah,
three.
this doesn't make sense. I know, but sometimes it hurts more to know that you were second than it was
Second,
that
yeah.
you were first.
This is, you know,
Because when
You're
it
not
like
gonna do anything with
.com or something.
You know what I mean?
Email doesn't have- email does.
What?
Okay, all right, I will work on this.
Okay.
I'll figure it out, think I'm just gonna take them with me.
I don't have,
Um,
here.
and
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, sorry.
I move. Second,
Put that all in there.
I need a second.
I
So
second,
whatever they come up with the
Second.
graphics, you approve it, all good?
yeah, I mean, as long
Everybody
as
good
it,
with that?
So I moved, April seconded,
Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
and it's
Let me see what I can do.
10:40
Maybe I can work some
PM.
magic.